Hey guys, good morning. Another day of Battle Brothers. Yoo-hoo! Where were we? Oh, going north. Very friendly with the Azim Shab. I wonder what's in that ruin down there. Who knows? Gotta try this negotiator before we get rid of him. I've been thinking about the cook. Scavenger doesn't seem like it's critical. Does bring some financial help. Then we can keep experimenting with one. It's like they increase the size of the world 2 times at least so far, but the food rations are still staked at 25. I feel like, they missed the balancing part regarding food again. But the cook exists at least. But the cook does not increase the size of the unit food stake, but increases the how long the food will last. Yoo-hoo! Hey, Raga. Oh, that's how I like to open a fight. I'm not complaining, I'm just stating the facts here, Akatama. Which seems you don't understand. When they're stretching one thing, they should be stretching the other thing as well. But one thing has been stretched twice and the first thing has not been stretched at all. They're just balancing. It's not like it's difficult or anything, it just doesn't make no sense and it doesn't feel right to change one area of the game but not adjust the other. Yoo-hoo! It's not about any issues you still fail to understand. It's about what should feel right and make sense. Always missing that point of the games, Araktam, aren't you? They increase the size of the world twice, but the size of the ration stay the same. And you can't say it's ever any issue until you traveled with a full party through the desert. Or explored far away from the cities. You just run out of food in no time. Can't even imagine how bad it is with a full peasant militia. This company full costs 60 food a day just going through the desert. And they kept the stakes at 25 food. They could have easily put stacks of food at 30 and adjusted the price a bit. So it's more balanced in a larger world with larger parties. But it seems like devs also only just play early game. Gravy, you must be a big Norska fan, aren't you? Same as Akatama. Yoo-hoo! Alright, they're releasing the Civilization 6 update today. Makes you wonder how how's gonna be with the randomized system. What's gonna be the point of it? If it might just be the era text that's gonna be randomized. Did they release that already, or it's like 4 p.m.? August 27th. It's usually around 4 p.m., right? 4 5 p.m. I wonder how it goes with the technology randomizations. We might switch and try out later today. I feel like it. I wonder who has the highest experience now. This guy's walking out with 6 bread now. Uh, 77,200. Bullshit Hider has a lot of experience. Looks like Hydra is our most experienced one. He hasn't been in the company as long as Archmagnans, but still has more experience for some reason. So not all about kills. $77,200 range. Actually, Helman Gorstein has more experience. Must be the type of enemies they killed as well. Yeah, that would explain it. Either has a lot of kills on Archmagnus has a lot of kills on weaker enemies. Either still kills you know, the average enemies a lot. Well, Helmengors has even more experience. He must have been killing tougher opponents. Which would make sense. He's a knight after all. Not some puny beast slayer. $42 provisions a day with 19 guys. Looks like this might be I mean, this have to be at the same time when you get the cooldown. I think I'm gonna take the cook just for the quality of life. The faint rotten bug from the raiding party's 2 skulls. Could be greenskins, could be undead. What? There's a drought here. And we have a lot of dry lamp. Look at the prices, man. Almost like profiting from selling trade goods. I keep forgetting to negotiate for this for the contract. I'm so used to just accepting contracts can be bothered by trying to get higher to the cost of damage to relations. Allows for more rounds of contract negotiations with your potential employers before they abort and without any hit to relations. It's still to be seen. Hopefully they don't come here soon. I need to get some food here. Looks like they're coming from the north, huh? Why did they attack that place there and not here? Interesting. I've never went that far away from a settlement when we were doing this contract. Makes you wonder if it's gonna affect it anyway. Wow. So we went to this city here. The undead came from here. They started attacking here. The city just sent militia, they killed them, and we got the quest complete. Nice, nice. Looks like we found a nice workaround sometimes. I was more like lucky actually than a workaround. Because we went there to buy food, they were coming from this way, and they engaged people here instead of coming here, you know, half a day later. And these guys had the militia to deal with them. It's just like opportunity wide. They had to attack there because we were inside. Sure, I understand. 8500, goddamn. Just kill an orc warlord and a bunch of orc warriors, no problem. Totally worth it. Please just remember to click negotiator more often. Pickled mushrooms. Pretty much I always have to get the cheapest food with this company this size. Otherwise we're just burning money. I'm so right, I was 3 times asked for more there. Raided. Again the same shit, huh? And we forgot to ask about the raise. God damn it. I'm just too used to the click to that without even bothering clicking the other button. Might be undead again, right? Coming from the north, some geists. I don't know, maybe it's a thing in America where you can ask for a raise, not here. Here you're lucky if you get to keep the job a year later. Target for a headhunter down there. I find it in this country they're just basically always finding the way to just underpay you and never give you any benefits or raise. Of course there are exceptions, but that's like always been my impression. The only time you're gonna get any raise when the whole country gets a raise because of some change in government or laws. Of course, it's different in some good private firms. In the world of employment, they always try to exploit it to the maximum so they don't have to pay enough. It's like, why go into a business if you're gonna be overpaying your people, right? Makes no sense. You're gonna find every possible loophole and exploit so you don't have to pay your guys too much. Isn't that what business is about? Five geists. Might actually step forward here. This formation hire doesn't get the for the company bonus. I'll lose some chance to hit here as well. Should just moved here. It's too late now. Too late. Should have moved one forward. Man, guys are in all the awkward positions here. We could try to split two of them here. There's a pretty good chance we get hit here. Maybe we'll stun him first. I don't want anymore. These guys might be pain in the ass now here. I'm gonna put the sword here instead. It's 59. Very good. It's a great axe with a possessed Jesus. How do we come to that? You need to go forward and stun him at the beginning of the round. This to be too very. Oh, look, he's getting pulled back. Very nice. Oh, I guess whip makes sense here. Just feel like cannot even worth swinging. Let some armor come forward. Let some armor come forward. It's a 54 miss. 95 miss. Five miss again. There's some armor here now. 95. 95. Guys is going melee hits on. Screaming now. So, thing acts in 12 turns. I guess it's fine. Was that twice on the head? What are the chances of that shit? There's like 1 health, and I hit him twice in the head for no damage. Hit again. Like the biggest advantage of Duelist is that you can kill somebody and recover on the same turn. What if I build a Battleforge build? Doesn't use adrenaline, recover, or indomitable, and absolutely don't give a shit about fatigue. Ignore the brony as well. Go like under 30 fatigue. Single attack with round with the multiple set of weapons. That could probably work. Mace. Or axe. Heck, even cleaver. No, not cleaver, not cleaver. Two-handed cleaver needs fatigue. So it will be mace or axe. So great axe and long axe. Two-handed flank mace and pole mace. And also could go with hammer and pole hammer. Downside is it's gonna be easier to build with the stat restrictions. Get more variety of perks and reach, but no adrenaline in them and berserk. But you can still have enough toughness with that. So we don't care about stars and toughness. Just pretty much melee defense and melee attack, melee skill. I do like the option of having Indom and Adrenaline with Berserk on two-handers though. But this makes, you know, brothers that are not that exceptional, totally viable at Battleforged. With a two-hand. What happened to the Necromancer? Did he run away? Oh, he's just hid in the bush. It's a nice shot. 49% of damage ignores armor with extra damage. Very nice. I might even move health onto the Orc Warriors. Hey, Coco. Hey, Deadpool. That was a 50% chance there, huh? You gotta have a backstab with these guys. So without the underdog, it's gonna be very rough to get hit, especially possessed. Captain Moron the Sergeant. Probably our most special guy in the company. He's one of them, leader of the SWAT team on the internet. $57 on the road here. This is Caravan, huh? Oh, that's... yeah, I forgot to take it last time. Hey Bigga, did I saw the new world? Any plans to try it out maybe? Is it like released or is it like just early access? I heard they have guns there and very satisfying shooting animations. And you know I have a fetish on that, so I'll think about it. Find Helmut the Gordo slow nursing a rather large tankard next to a fire. In fact, it's not a tankard at all, but a wooden bucket filled with ale. A few more modest mugs are littered about his feet. He tips back, gulping from the bucket's lip. When he sees you, he tries to dress up, sloughing the foam of his face and attempting to smile that quickly sloops with a drunken frown. There, Captain, didn't mean for you to see me like this. You set yourself down by the man and ask how he's doing, being drunk. Nodding, you reach for the bucket and the man gives it up. Though his hands are shaped as if to still be holding it, you set the bucket down and ask again how he's doing. He finally drops his hands into his lap. Like shit. That's how I'm feeling. First, Scorpius went down, then Legolas. I know there's been at least 5 or 6 others, just dead men. Come and gone. I got memories of them talking and memories of them screaming. And I can't have one without the other. But I'm alright now, cause right now I can't even think straight. If I can't unlearn a memory, I just go ahead and drown it. The ale does me well, eh? With a sigh, you hand the bucket back to the man, eyes lost in the fire, his mind lost in the past. He says nothing else. Helmut Gorzo Slow has become a drunkard, and he is dissatisfied. Let's see, you always get drunkards in long games because of the obituary, and people, you know, die, so it's just guaranteed. It's part of the game. Being a drunkard increases damage and increases resolve, but lowers melee skill. So his melee skill is taking another hit. It's 77, and backstabber will definitely be critical now. In most situations, the damage buff is a buff, and the melee skill will not matter. But in some situations, against tougher opponents, when you're fighting fucking meta humans and Terminators, it will matter a lot. Three skulls, huh? Hopefully there's not a million notches there. The negotiator increased the price quite a bit. Three skulls, I guess, is always gonna be a huge chunk. Maybe it's just brigands there. They're actually grave robbers. That's a lot of brigands. They have 3 leaders. This is gonna be a very good pay here. Negotiator definitely paid off here. More range would have been better here than having a sergeant, but you never know what it is. I guess we could have falled back when his loner was grave robbers. Put these guys for berserk here. Stu will be on this spot here, so berserk guy makes more sense. This one will be probably just cutting here. guy has a 250 helm with a 190 armor. I don't know what this reminds me of now, this this helmet design. What's that set armor the Emperor has? 400? It looks like it's almost part of that, with this little bit red on top. Looks like they're not even gonna make a move here with this much range. That's why with 3 range would have been better here. So there's some scary bottlenecks here. They don't miss that guy. They don't seem to miss. Let's get a bullseye here. There's a headhunter on. Oh, did I just kill 2 of your guys? A nice morale hit. These guys will definitely not gonna come forward. We have to go towards them and just push into them. Falcon lost a lot of his armor. Don't have rotate here. I guess the sergeant can rotate out if he loses a lot more armor. He might actually survive here. Draw. We could hit the guy in the back on the head. We do more damage now, but lower chance to hit. Still pretty good hit. Oh, someone lost the head. What the? Some juicy kills. $58, probably just best to shock here. Keep crushing their morale. Hey, cookies. Is it good morning? Hey, Toby. It's Headhunter active. 40% chance to kill this one. The shield. Gimli the Cat Slayer. Holy shit, this guy lost everything but still alive. Split Man is such a devastating attack. Attacking this guy with a flail is not even worth it. The helmet is sturdy and we have a very high chance to hit the head with both attacks. It's a 88% chance to stun this guy here. On the head as well, very nice. Very nice, this guy has no helmet. No helmet. Just hit him once on the head, he's dead, right? Like that. Like that. Probably, oh, it's not worth it. 85, 55. 5 dot blocked. Done the second line by the way, fun, yes, but didn't dare go in yet. You do realize I'm playing Iron Man here. I value my life. Someone will get away, huh? Guess we can. Oh, no, we can't. Let's start in there. It's probably dead. It's like this. The legendary locations, like they're just pre-created for you to die the first time. It's like literally impossible to do first try. You know, like the monolith. So if you're ready to die, just go in there and get some critical knowledge. 5 deaths, damn. Well, was it during the night? Yeah, not paying attention is the worst. You can get punished hard for that. I guess that's why people install those cheating mods when to pause when the enemy is near. Then you lose any threat or danger from the environment. I have a feeling a scavenger did this shit here. How my message was incorporated with the moderation settings. Did you type cheese? Or on the bed R words? That's a good pay from the negotiator. Why is this enemy on the other side of the map? What cheese is banned as a word? Well, it's definitely a toxic word in the Total War community. Use premium mozzarella instead, yeah. Yeah, Jenga. Those some really cheap tools. Pretty much Raven. But you know, it's single player, it's their game, you know, so... You know, as long as they're not measuring dicks with you, it's all good. It's a sad day if you don't learn something new. I mean, look at me, for example, how I play this game. Like, one company for weeks, literally, while people pretty much restart every single day. And maybe sometimes they play the same company on the second day because they don't take overly risky, you know, encounters. They expect this, you know, to be pretty much fresh thing every single day. First 20 days, stream eternal. It's like similar to the Total War, you know. I just read up on the latest Age of Creation news. We'll check it out in a couple of years. Is this like MMORPG? Similar to Lineage 2, but with more complexity. Well, if it has some nice chill PvE experiences and grinding, and not a toxic, griefing sociopath multiplayer environment, you never know. I probably will not Jenga, but in a couple of years you might have a man of the month request, and you might maybe want to play, make me play it for a day to see what's it about, at least on day one. And maybe if I like it, we play it on day 2 as well. That's pretty much policy for most of the games. Well, I did experience something like, you know, it was a release day of Troy, and I'm just checking, you know, what's what before starting my stream, or was it after? I don't even know anymore what schedule we were in. And the streamer was going into all information regarding Epic. And the moment he started talking about all this, he put chat into emote-only mode. Cause extremely toxic environment. But they definitely invited. And then they're surprised why it's happening. By having clueless players on the stream and doing stuff like this. It just looks really bad. I'm keep wondering why they don't just get Arcade or another Rage feed into their streams. Might have 10 times less toxicity. That's pretty much how it is, Raven, yeah.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit!
If I wanted to go for the views and the money, we would probably be accepting donations for the characters, and we would pretty much just do risky gameplay all the time. New game every almost second, third day. Imagine all the shekels that would be burned out on renaming as well. Double the viewers guaranteed. But that's not how I want to play this game, and I don't do this game for the viewers, you know. If I want to go viewers, I'm going to play Warhammer 2. This game is pretty much... I'm losing followers every single day playing this game. From Total War side. Arcade was today on Total War channel playing the Three Kingdoms. Well, that's the right move. Good job, CA. Yoo-hoo. That was the right move. Keep the clueless people managing the socials and that, not away from the, you know, proper gameplay. It definitely is extremely harsh, but you know, they should not be surprised about the toxicity and the you know, lack of grace from their viewers when they, you know, show such playthrough and playstyles in the streams. The YouTube and Twitch are cutthroat environments where people expect results. Unless, you know, the streamer is a girl, then they expect something else.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Shit! What the hell?
Hey Sega, you hate this game, miss for 80% and then we hit 5%, 20%, yeah, it's RNG. The strategy and tactics can only go so far. The RNG is there to screw you eventually. Gekwi 100k viewers, we're talking about Lakua.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy
Thank you, Deadpool. So, Sega, let me tell you something here. In this game, 50-50 is always against you. Always against you. If you play an Iron Man, you just be there to take setbacks and casualties. If you're playing Scum Saving, you know, no Iron Man, it's fine. You just basically reload when you have a bad fight, right? But to counter this, you need a really exceptional team, so you can actually do, you know, the other type of beasts and other type of encounters. You have to take it for what it is. But in a 50-50 fight, you're behind. You're behind. Because the AI doesn't care if the guys live, while you have to have your guys live. Especially if you have a build-up company. So they're gonna go for the place where they can punish you, and you can't really go for this place because they're reckless. There's definitely much more in depth than this, but you know, just short story. The strategy and tactics go only so far, you know, you're still relying on a roll. Even when you do everything perfect with surround and maximum morale damage potential, things can still go bad. Do you recommend three-headed flail with shield or as a two-hand grip? I would not recommend three-headed flail with shield. No. It's a weapon that deals damage, and with shield you usually go for a weapon that will supplement your not so great melee skill, and just for the sake of having a weapon, because you're gonna be using fatigue for something else. With a shield, regular flare is good though. The tier 2 one. I think the damage is would be way too unpredictable without modifiers on the 3-headed flail. Now you can get over 7% chance to hit with bows, Sega. Face adaptation exists, and quality, you know, feint bows exist as well. And you usually want the marksman later on with over 90 range skill. Bow early on is not good. High ground helps too, that as well. From my experience, early game, use pole arms instead of bows. And when you get a good range guy, then you get a bow guy. Like 2-star, 45 plus range skill at least. That's like I feel like bare minimum. Or like 53 plus with 1 star. You eventually get out of the early game lottery stage of the game, Sega, and enter the simulation setbox management part of the game where I am right now for quite some time now. And then you basically pick if you wanna, you know, go on suicide missions or just, you know, chill and do the regular stuff. Still, finding famed items and doing most of the fights, I find it's a lot of fun. What's the max level? I think it used to be 33. That's like the hardcore max level. The soft is 11. Gallerman has such amazing melee defense. Ballo will be good with veteran levels. I want a little bit more health. But I'll get fatigue point here for this level. Well, if you want to learn by watching, I suggest start watching from the start of this playthrough. It is like a very slow progress with gradual increases in the size of the party, brothers, quality, and gear, and, you know, progression towards, you know, higher missions, while occasionally roaming around. If you watch this party from day one, you might get the idea, you know, how to do like a slow and safe early game. You can see here 619 days, that's a lot. So we are in the second year. But we spent over a third of that traveling. Or a third of that just traveling. Just moving from one point to another. I mean, just from here to here is nearly 2 days. Have I done any legendary fights of the Each Broken Cave? No, I will highlight if I do those, Croc. Because anything other than Ijarok is definitely gonna have people dead. Honestly, I don't even care about those locations. It's not like why I play this game. To me, those locations are like, in my playstyle, is where we end the campaign usually. Like Monolith or Kraken stuff. They exist there as an option, you know, as the end game challenge, or like the sole mission of your playthrough. But you absolutely don't have to do it at all. I have a Monolith, I think 2 Monolith fights on YouTube. One was a wipe, and a second one, I think one guy survived. And both times we even had a good composition for it. What I could do, I could fire the polearms to get more two-handers and just build up veteran two-handers over time and have much easier time with a lot of the harder fights, like usually the things I avoid. But I like having polearms in my army. Even they give me handicap against the hard stuff. Starting to see that polearms long game might be a handicap. 11 fallen heroes returning to guys of dead, like fuck that. What? What are you talking about? Well, that's news to me. The Watermill fight. I haven't seen the Kraken or the bottom fight. I've seen some other people play this game, and I've seen you know, stuff like they have not experienced like lean worms, but I've not seen the Kraken or the watermill fight. I didn't even know there was a Kraken in the game until people spoiled. $75 miss, huh? It's cool that there are stuff like this in the game. No, makes me really happy that you know, things exist, even if I you know, don't go for them. And Nerd is now Motorable official, nice. What are you playing, Troy? God damn it, man! What the shit? I guess the game really wants me to hit me here. That's two very high chance misses. Stop missing! Like, I don't mind missing 286s here, but when you miss stuff like this, you can get really punished against some shit like this. Because this weapon can cause some serious damage. When there is a surround on you, you have a chance to lose morale depending on your resolve. Even if 50 resolve, you can roll bad. The chance is not even that low, it's probably like 20-30%. I've actually gotten that stuff there on. How do you fight snakes? The best way is when you have the good gear. Until then, just ignore them. That's my advice. And then you just send in your guys and slaughter them all. With good skills, defenses, and armor. basically get good, yeah, you need to get the good gear check if you don't want to have any risk fighting the snakes. Otherwise, it's a pretty good chance somebody dies if you're not okay with it. I've never even seen a famed handgun. Inventory full, you're right, but I'm still wanna kill them. Well, can drop some cheap stuff. We got Drunkard on Helm and Gorst, so we have to rely on surround bonuses even more than before. Click. Well, Drunkard is, you get plus 10% damage, plus 5 resolve at a cost of 5 melee skill and 10 range skill. It's actually a good thing for the melee guys, especially if they're really good. But there is a bad event RNG that can happen with it. We managed to see where Ruby gets it. Should probably go use the water on to recover Ruby's missing finger. I heard that you can do that once every 990 days. Just every 1000 days you can use a tree. Definitely playing for the long games. Why not every 400 or 500 days? Damn. What about getting a sword master and using the water to remove prevent all threat? That's also a good strategy. Where is this tree? I will show it. I'll show how it looks like. Where it is, it's different every map, right? In my game here is here. It's called the grotesque tree. There is an event when you click on it. You have to pick the right option, otherwise you screwed up. And the right option is to drink just a little. Apparently you can use it every 999 days. Would make sense if you could use it every 100 days, right? Why 999 days? 100 days is already a long time. I wanna have good relations with this city. The silk is getting lower and lower. I'm getting silk at a very good price, almost below the base, because of good relations here. Yeah, good prices here. 3 darvels, huh? Hmm. I forgot to negotiate again, but eventually do it right. I have a very good relations with this city, almost allied. We're doing a lot of traveling, especially if you have a trader. Having allied here is just pure money. Pure money, easy money. Highest amount of snakes we ever fought was 28. The last time we actually fought the snakes, they nearly killed Hydra. A lot of bad rolls. And if you're wondering why we're mentioning this thing, a lot of the bad rolls, bad RNG, it's because we're at a stage of the game where most of the counters we fight, we are in favor. We have the guys, we have the veteran levels, we have the gear, we have the stats on our side. It's over 50% always in our favor. The enemy have less chance to hit, we have higher chance to hit them. So if things go bad, it's usually just bad RNG. Or we are doing some risky fight that we shouldn't, which I rarely ever do. So the only way that something bad happens is with bad RNG. As in, you know, you're missing 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, and they're hitting a 33, 40, like 6 times in a row. It's like that one fight, you miss 295 in a row on a fallen hero and he hits you 2 times on 5% chance in a row. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah, Polar getting grabbed is bad, especially one with a broken knee. It's just random, Uberworth, it's just random. Just random. Can we rotate him? Yeah. You have to look at it like this, you know, 95% chance means 1 in 20 you're going to miss. You do 20 attacks, you're guaranteed a miss, on average. Sometimes you get in a fight where every 95 is a hit. Sometimes you enter in a fight where you're gonna have 6 plus 95% chance misses. It's random. And you have to accept that. They're gonna be always fight which don't go your way, even if you're favored. It's just part of the RNG. The strategy influences the RNG, but sometimes when you're in a tough fight, one of them called 50-50 fights, people die and nothing you can do about it. You're playing the odds, and sometimes the odds are, you know, one-sided, and sometimes, you know, when you have the odds, A 40% might seem enough, or you might be missing 5 rounds in a row on a 40%. An 80% might seem like it's a sure thing, but you might miss 2 rounds with the 80%. And when you're missing your 40s and the enemy is hitting their 25s, you know, it can lead to people dying. Experiment with the gunners here. I have a gunner, cross/slash gunner. It's pretty devastating in the right situation. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that fight was RNG. Uberswurf. We failed to miss 380 plus rolls on various guys, and one of the guys, instead of you know, dying, he went around and just caused a mess. Dead there was guaranteed, but 2 other guys got struck down because of those 3 misses. So instead of just Brest dying or getting struck, we lost our sergeant and another guy got struck down. That was just an example of how, you know, high chances, you know, sometimes don't mean shit, because you're one of those rounds where you're just not gonna hit when you need to hit. It's random, right? Huh. I think we're fine here for 2 rounds. This is extremely high melee defense. Wonder if we ever gonna get scary snake enemies in Bethesda game, or that shit is too hard to animate. It's fine that there is a cap on the hit chance, considering you have 12 or more guys. That's totally fine. Maybe if the party size was kept at like 4 or 5 guys, then having capped hit chances would be bad. But since you usually have a dozen guys, or even more in some cases, because of, you know, different origin, it's fine to have capped hit chances to 95. Have anyone seen the stats of Blade Dancer trade actually? You mean like a Battle Brother Blade Dancer? I think I had an event for it and I did not accept it because I didn't want to pay for it. I think that was a Blade Dancer. I've seen a Blade Dancer on the battle for a couple of times and they seem like they're not even human. On their meta-human opponents. Terminators. Taking some damage here. Lots of rainbow scales. It feels like almost they increase the drop chance on the rainbow scales. The last 2 days I've been getting a lot of them. And it used to be much rarer before. It's not like it's worth anything, it just, you know, gives you incentive to fight snakes, right? Friend of the Site achievement has been completed. Reach allied relations with a southern city-state. So we have allied with the whole city of Zimshab, the eastern one here. Look at the prices. 85, 60, 105. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the expert economic difficulty adds 10% penalty to prices, while with Caravan, train Caravan, you do get 10% better prices, so you limit penalty. So when you have a allied status, at it's the base price then, right? Might be not exactly that, but look at this. It's regular price and everything. Well, these things are still higher priced. Maybe because they're not produced here. With Train Caravan, we have 10% better buying and selling prices. This one is even cheaper, 3 less. So it looks like 99.5%. What do the other potions do? The second wind potion gives you fatigue recovery, extra fatigue recovery per turn. Lionheart potion gives you +10 resolve. Iron Wheel potion, not affected by permanent injuries, new or old, for the duration of battle. And the Cat potion gives you 20 initiative. You drink them before the battle and the last one battle. Could be very good to get like a set of second wind potions if we're gonna do like Monolith. Make sure everybody has potions ready for you know, the legend locations. Oh, they doubled with the amount of crowns per head. Another. Look at that. 90 crowns per head, you arrive. Negotiator. Can you be affected by more than one potion at a time? Probably, but if you drink more than one, you might get a sickness. This is a proper price now. Negotiator seems good for money. Seems better than the scavenger, because you just use that money to buy ammo and the tools. The scavenger gives you just bare bones. What the hell? Why did he just keep buying that? I stopped clicking like 5 clicks ago. It gotta be a bug. It's not the first time that happens. Yeah, what Mystic Unicycle says, tools are gated by availability, not money. Especially as a train caravan, you know, tools are gonna be, if they're available, the tools don't have much value. So the scavenger is not very good for this origin. Mm. I need the one more type, huh? I'm gonna switch scavenger to cook. Cook is just huge quality of life. As a negotiator, seems profitable. Definitely does more for me than the scavenger. A good warm meal goes a long way toward healing body and mind. The cook makes sure that no provisions go to waste and provides the man with invigorating meals. Makes all provisions last 3 extra days. Increase hit points healing rate by 33%. If you're doing like 2 or 3 skull contracts, negotiator can give quite a bit. It seems like so far it worked every single time. So let's see, 13 days, 14 days, 11 days, 10 days, 15 days. It looks like the food just the way I wanted it before they expand the world again. Now I just wish it had 30 or 40 rations in a single stack at a higher cost. It looks like you can do two extra times with no hit relations. Allows for more rounds of contract negotiations. So far been 2 extra. So let's see. 30. And we need to be paid more for this. 1940. We need to be paid more for this. We need to be. That's 2 extra times. So if you click 2 more times, they usually go with it. But if you click keeping more, no. You might also. This was. Okay. And it says here, and without any hit to relations. So you can do 2 extra more times without any hit relations, and usually you get more. More for this. More for this. And look at this. It's over 3,000. It was actually a good effect from the negotiator. With a cook, sometimes you'll make ridiculous profits because of the drought, right? And it does give you huge quality of life to the company, especially a large company. Might be lindworms. Where they went? Seems to be they're going very far away here from here. Hexen. Fuck, it's Hexen. That shit. Hexen. This probably also means Cook increasing the ration before the food spoils by 3 days. That the price on the food is also going to be higher for longer. Which, if the food is affordable, it's just worth buying and then they're selling at other place. I'm not sure. I don't really think we're gonna have any trouble there, but there's always a chance, Jenga. And I don't enjoy these fights, so I'm avoiding them. Avoid any frustrations, you know. Have a happy day and happy life. Same shit with the tier 3 nachos. They're totally doable. Totally doable, but I don't enjoy these fights. And if with something bad happens, it's just very frustrating. Brigands for life. It's not like we're killing only brigands, but brigands is, the most common enemy. There are much less brigands in the game now than than it was before in the game. We had yesterday 2 guys nearly dying. One was against orcs, 2 times hit on the head, and one was against the snakes. So you can see we still fight other things as well. There's nothing here, huh? Nothing here, just those things in the way. Much for that contract down. Could have looked for a camp nearby. Well, some of these guys have been with us under 2 years. So, just a matter of time before they die, right? There's actually a brigand camp nearby, no doubt. No drinking today. I still have a big beer in my fridge though. I've been having restless sleep last 2 days from all drinking. Waking up all the time, just being really thirsty. I'm just gonna get some water, guys. Maybe some juice. Be back. I'm here, boys. I said starting next week, the weather is finally gonna start to cool down. 25 and lower. By the time when we are back to Warhammer 2, should be nice cool weather back to play. Back with beer. Now I got some water and some coffee. Juice was too warm to drink, so I had to put it in the fridge. Hey Clarice, winter is coming. Still hot here for a few more days. By Monday, we should be back, you know, closer to the autumn weather. It's been definitely much hotter for longer this year than last year. Vampire count campaign with winter. We do have a vampire count campaign, one more this year. Some flavor milestone one. There's still like 5-6 milestone campaigns left. We're probably gonna be playing alongside mantra requests after, and probably shekel requests alongside. Yeah. The Clan Victor's campaign is still there as well. He just destroyed the armor there. Damn. The winged maze there. I have one crossbow, but the bow was very effective against brigands. See that those 3 kills there? Hey, Colin. What you been doing these days, Colin? Hell Hydra. No auto enter in there, strange. The 3-headed flail can do so much more damage. That's without fearsome. The fearsome would just be a shit overkill. It's probably a good name for the skill, a shit overkill. When morale is a factor, you're going to be, you know, having a result no matter what. With fearsome, it's just gonna be overkill. Not any benefits at all. I wish fearsome would just lower the morale of adjacent targets, like, you know, dirable pelts, maybe on a base on the result of the character. Colin say, "Oh, not much. Got a girlfriend. I have been playing some Bell Bars. Actually, watched quite some hours of this run." Oh boy. Girlfriend and Bell Bars at the same time. Look at this overachiever. I have a fearsome on my crossbow polearm guy. Crossbow, I mean gunner guy. And the situation when it works, it would have worked anyways, even without fearsome. That's what I'm saying. So it's just overkill in those situations, and you don't need it at all. Mariah says, overachiever, I play Battle Bars with a wife and a dog. I walk 4 times a day. Damn. Damn. Don't get kids at the same time, you just make everybody else look bad. Alex, rumor has it you're playing New World behind the scenes? No. I've been thinking about it because I heard some stuff regarding guns in the game. I've been playing Total War Elysium behind the scenes. Clicked on the Steam today, requested access to the closed beta, got it instantly and started playing. too early to say, but first impressions looks like a cheap mobile game, not even any voiceovers. But it's I like the idea of having Cao Cao fighting a Napoleon in a duel. Well, pretty sure Total War Elysium will only be historical, cause you know, we had to pay a license probably for adding Warhammer to the mix. I've seen Vikings Lagertha and one of the male ones. Cao Cao, King Priam. I think it was Agamemnon, Napoleon. One of them French ladies. And a few more. Marie Antoinette, yeah. Is she even French? Yeah, she was. I'm always mixing her with another person. Oh goddamn! Now I'm gonna have to Google it. Marie Antoinette was the last queen of France before the French Revolution. She was born an Archduchess of Austria and was the penultimate child and the youngest daughter of Empress Maria Theresa and Emperor Francis I. So she's Austrian. She became Queen of France. Did they cut off her head, or did she die of old age? No, they cut off her head. Goddamn peasants! No jobs here. Or Friends Heinous, it's doable, easy. What do we have here? Ooh, this is gonna be arena number 12 for our gladiators. They get the next perk there. Last time we fought the 6 Frenzied Hyenas. They can stack so much overwhelm on you. I need good backstep value for Gorse. He should be in the middle now. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. It definitely hits harder, Gorst. Definitely hits harder because Drunkard. It's impressive resolve now as well. With the Gladiator trait, it's gonna be amazing resolve. Got a arena veteran on Zevon, Hellman, and Ruby Nubio. Arena veteran does a veteran of the arena with many a scar. This character knows how to make the crowd cheer for a bloody spectacle. The worse the odds of winning, the better the entertainment. So far, this character has fought in 12 matches and won all of them. Plus 10 resolve, has a 50% chance to survive if struck down and not killed by a fatality. Huh. Damn. This actually could be very, very good. The 10 resolve alone is very good. Will make him confident easier and ignore the bad moral states easier as well. 72 resolve now on Helm Gorst. That's incredible. And we have 60 on Ruby Nubio. Oh man, goddamn Elite, you have negotiator. So Rice now last 11 days. Damn, that's pretty good. Cook is probably one of the best quality of lives you can get. Especially in the big companies. "24 serpents, I'm gonna get one tank cleaver. Melee is probably the way to go with serpents and ifrits. But having 2 shooters is pretty good. So what's our initiative here? 97. Started watching Umbrella Academy yesterday on Netflix, and it made me feel sorry for the X-Men, especially all the movies after Logan. I still don't know what they did there with the timelines and shit, but it sounds to me like they tried to insult the intelligence of the viewers by giving some poor excuses. Is it good? Yeah, I recommend it. Definitely a watch. Can't wait for The Boys season 2. Me too. Me too. I'm gonna be watching season 1 and then season 2. I really enjoy The Boys. Really enjoy The Boys. This thing can be taken out of context. God damn it, man. It's a TV show. The Hydra will be moved around here, huh? We can just let them get close and then we send in the Hydra. We'll put the Hydra at least twice because we're going forward. Yeah, probably best just to get a little bit closer and then just pass. They lose one surround bonus though. We wait and they'll grab us, we get probably another mill chance, or they're waiting as well. The snakes are smart. There's a hidden 29%. Go for a swing here. Or to demoralize them, so then we're not very effective. But morale effects can be applied against big groups of enemies. It's probably the best way to get advantage, if viable. Okay, we have a swing potential here, or we could just kill this one with a overhead strike and then swing. 85% chance. This is a guaranteed kill there. If we hit, then we go with a big swing here. Very big swing, nice. Shame here. We can go. This is actually a little bit more exhausting though. All the build up fatigue, so we can go with a shatter here. One hit. Cleavers are pretty good against the snakes. If we get openings, I'll consider a two-handed cleaver guy. I'll keep an eye on good fame two-handed cleavers. Hey, Betty. And armor totally saves lives there. Where you going, snake? Hell, Hydra. Guys, seen the trailer for Raised by Wolves, the new Ridley Scott TV show. I'm really looking forward to that one. Seems like very quite dark, honestly. Quite dark. What the best revenue? I mean, it's, you know, depending on your company origin situation, right? But with a certainty, I can tell you the Paymaster, Scout, and possibly the Surgeon might be the best ones. The Scout and the Paymaster seem like no-brain. Then you have the depending, you know, what you're doing in your game, right? Gonna be you know, origin, how long you're gonna be playing, your current situation, how many you have opened. Like, you can't go wrong with Scout, right? You can't go wrong with Scout. Some of them are quality of life, some of them are there for the long game, you know, money on the road, or a chance, you know, to get more famed items, you know. Like, having a bounty hunter doesn't guarantee you shit. You might play all day and not see a single champion. But when you see champions, you're gonna get paid for them if you kill them, and you're gonna get famed items. So more famed items and more money from them. But they're still rare. Right now, my company has permanent place for Paymaster, Scout, Cook, and Bounty Hunter, and we are experimenting with a 5th slot. Currently a Negotiator. When I don't forget to ask for more, it actually a good chunk of money. I replaced the Scavenger with a Cook. Cook is just huge quality of life for me at this stage. While the Scavenger bare bones, really bare bones, with the tools and the ammo. But it is definitely a financial help. And there's a several quality of life, like the blacksmith as well. So, you know, just what you want to prefer, where you want to get the edge. Long travels and, you know, just looking for, you know, easy, steady work. You know, cook means a lot for a big company. Paymaster as well, so you don't just, you know, go down. If you're gonna go like a bit riskier with, you know, accepting all kinds of work and doing all kinds of stuff, you know, the surgeon might be better. And then, you know, the guy that gives you more recruits or more experienced recruits, because you're probably gonna have more casualties. I would say it would be in the middle of the map. Middle of the map. You know, in a big forest there. This is the middle of the map, yeah. Quite far from the civilization. In my game, is in the middle of the orc and goblin territory. Feeding Friendly made a good video about it. How long is the video? 13 minutes. Oh, we might actually check it out. I've watched that guy a couple of times. He definitely knows what he's talking about. Let's see what he says. This is guys, Feeding Friendly is also streams a lot of Bell Bars. Let's see what he says.
Hello everyone, Feed here with a Battle Brothers video. Today we'll talk about the retinue, and I figured the best way to do that is to rank them into a tier list. The retinue is a new feature from the Blazing Deserts DLC. They are non-combat followers that give you various bonuses. There are 18 of them in total, and each one of them helps you in a different way.
Goddamn, he does have an accent on him, but look at that. What the hell is this? This is even worse than for what the YouTube does for me.
Before we begin the ranking, let me explain the tier list a little bit. On top we have the
Oh,
S tier,
my bad.
which stands for staple in every company. Next we have the A tier, which stands for also staple but in different stages of the game. After that we have the C tier, which stands for can be good sometimes. And finally we have the D tier, which is the dumpster tier. Alright, let's start with an easy one. The Scavenger. He recovers around 1 to 10 tools, sometimes more every fight against non-beast enemies, depending on how big the fight is. He also gives Spike some ammunitions that your archer use during the fight, and he is unlocked pretty much right away. The Scavenger helps you with your tools problem, which is apparent in all stages of the game. He gives you free tools every fight. That's all I need to say about him. For that, he belongs in the S rank. Next up, we'll compare him to a very similar retinue member, the Quartermaster. He increases the amount of tools you can carry by 50 and the ammunitions you can carry by 100. So on expert economy, you can carry around 200 tools and 400 arrows. The Quartermaster is similar to the Scavenger in that he also helps you with the tool problems. by allowing you to carry more tools. But sometimes tools are scarce and you can't stockpile them. For example, during the Noble War, where you only have access to 1/3 or half of the map, while the Scavenger constantly gives you more tools and is free. So the Quartermaster is not as good as the Scavenger, and he's also not stable in any stage of the game. I don't see a lot of situations where you really need the Quartermaster. I will put him into the C tier. Next up is the Drill Sergeant. His main purpose is to level up people.
I agree with this too so far.
The lower level you are, the faster you can XP. The first few levels require a lot less XP than the higher levels. You only need 5000 XP to get to level 7, but 15,000 to get to level 11. So with the Drill Sergeant you can level people to 7 pretty fast, but after that his effect will be a lot less noticeable. So the Drill Sergeant is pretty nice in that he gets the brothers to the point where they can take care of themselves pretty quickly. But you need to find the sweet spot where your team still has a lot of low level people. For me, the Drill Sergeant fits best into the Peasant Militia or the Manhunter Company because they have a lot of people and they all leveled up painfully slow. For other companies,
Yeah, that makes
the Drill
sense.
Sergeant is either the first hire or no hire at all. He is best in the early game, but I don't think he's stable, so I'll put him into the high C tier. Next one is the Recruiter. This one allows you to hire people for cheaper, and he also helps you find the backgrounds that you want more easily. He can help you find more hunters to make into archers, or hedge knight to make into frontliners, or any of the premium backgrounds that you want. Hiring brothers is something you are doing all the times, and even after you have all the brothers you need, you are still looking for better recruits to improve your team. The Recruiter helps you build your team, which is exactly what you want to do, so he can be put into the S tier. But in the late game, once you have found all the
What the YouTube, the text is not even speaking English. This is much worse than the text for me.
brothers that you want, you don't need him anymore. Because of that, I will put him into the A tier. Staple in the early and mid game. Moving on to the Scout. He increases your movement speed by 15%. Now you might not think much of him at first, but moving faster is invaluable. Moving faster means that you can do everything you do faster. You can also chase down or escape some very fast enemies, and you can make it to the towns in time and be on your way, instead of having to camp the whole entire night. Being able to do more things in a shorter amount of time is very powerful. For that, I will put him in the S tier, even above the Scavenger. Next up is the
Scout is
Surgeon.
probably the
He
best
makes
of all the
injury
break
heals
news.
faster and prevent your brothers from dying. Now, the life of a normal brother in this world is not worth that much, but a good brother's life is very precious, and being able to save them even with a permanent injuries is very valuable. Some permanent injuries are very mild. Missing eye is a no big deal for a frontliner. Missing ear is no big deal for most people. Brain damage is sometimes considered a good thing, but in case he gets some of the very bad ones like broken knees, broken elbows, you can always find the water pouch to fix him. So the Surgeon is like a safeguard. He protects you from your mistakes and bad RNG. Many people might like him, many people might not. I don't think he's stable, so I will put him into the high C tier.
Yeah, I don't think it's stable either.
Drill Sergeant. Maybe even higher. Next up we have the Cook. She makes food last 3 more days and increase HP healing by 33%. So first of all, if your food doesn't last long enough and is going bad, you are either overbuying food or you took down several orc camps in a row and are overloaded with strange meat. The HP healing rate sounds nice, but most of the time HP heals fast enough. It's the injuries that you need to worry about. Overall, the Cook is the solution to the problem that you don't have. For that, she's going to the dumpster tier. The next one is the Blacksmith.
Damn,
He
that's
repairs broken shield,
gold!
which is a loss of money by the way. The increased repair speed only matter when your Battleforged armor is badly damaged during a fight, and in that situation you should simply have a backup armor. In conclusion, you don't need this guy. He's going to the dumpster tier with the Cook. Next, the Minstrel. 15% more renown, negligible. More useful tavern rumors, barely noticeable. Dumpster. Next one is a negotiator. This guy allows you to haggle for more money without losing relations. On average, he will give you 10% more gold for contract. There are better ways to make money, and he is not worth a slot. Dumpster. The trader increases the amount of trade good for sale by 1, so you can fill your inventory with embers and pig bricks, and then throw away loot afterwards because you don't have enough inventory space left. There are better ways to make money. This guy is not worth a slot. Dumpster.
Damn, this guy is
pays you money for every
cold!
location you discover. He does not require you to click
No
5
mercy.
times for every contract. He also does not cluster up your inventory space. He is actually usable, C tier. Next up, the Paymaster. He reduces daily wage by 15%.
This is the obvious, you know, the playstyle, you know, opinions, you know, and that's alright. You know, personal experience and the playstyle matters a lot here, right? I'm actually surprised that he didn't dumpster the cartographer and he dumpstered the negotiator and the trader.
He saves you money every day without you doing anything. The more money you pay, the more he saves. Very good in the late game. He also prevents the dreaded pay raise and greedy events. He single-handedly makes sellsword into a usable class. The Paymaster is the ultimate money-making guy. For that, he's going to tier A, staple in the late game. Next one is the Bounty Hunter. He lets you find more champions. With this guy late game, you will have a lot of fame items. And some fame items are bad, but the good ones are priceless. The Bounty Hunter is like the Paymaster, staple in the late game. Next up is the Brigand. He allows you to see caravans on the map. Right now I am here and I can see caravan there, and there. Knowing where the caravans are is pretty good, but they are not that hard to find. When you are going on a raid, you just follow the road. You are ready for whatever you find, be it the noble house or militia or some random brigands.
It's interesting to see, you know, other people's opinions about these things.
You are not going
That's
on
why
a
you're
raid
watching
just
this.
looking for caravans. The brigand's ability is pretty useless, even when you are trying to crossplay as a bandit. He is going to the dumpster tier. Next one is the lookout. She lets you see further and reveals information about footprints. For example, here she tells me that the footprint belongs to city-state soldiers, and this belongs to servants. Seeing further and knowing what the footprint belongs to is pretty nice, but oftentimes you can already tell whose footprint it is. Big footprint that follow the road is likely noble house. Medium footprint that stray away from the road is gonna be some brigands. And beast footprints and green skinned footprints, you are going to kill them anyway. So this ability is not that useful to me. The extra vision can be nice, so I will put her in the C tier. Next we have the alchemist. He saves you some materials.
He gonna dumpster this shit.
He also increases the value of low tier beast parts by crafting snake oils. The snake oil can be crafted from several spider, serpents or Naxera parts. It is always sold at 650 crowns. You do get a lot of these low tier beast parts while playing, so this is a decent way to make money. The alchemist also saves you a few materials here and there while crafting, so you may end up with a few extra beast parts after going to the taxidermist that you can sell for extra money or keep to craft more later on. The new pots and potions are very useful, so the alchemist can help you craft more of them, but the southern city-states also sell those. So unless you want to craft that many items, the alchemist is just there to make you some extra money. He is not necessary for the company, but he can help you make a few extra crown and craft a few more items. So he is going to the B tier with the cartographer. And finally, we have the agent, arguably the most game-changing retinue member. She reveals all the contracts on the map, so even when I'm here, I know what contracts are in the next town, and the next town, and even the town on the opposite side of the map. She helps you make the best decision you possibly can by going exactly where you want to go and do exactly what you want to do. The one downside is that in order to hire her, you need to be allied with a noble house or a city-state, which is not easy to do. Her requirements is the hardest out of everyone. You can only hire her in the late game, but once you play with her, it will be very hard to go back. She is going to tier A, staple in the late game. Alright, to sum it up, we have the Scout and the Scavenger in the S tier. In the A tier, we have the Recruiter. In the early game, the Paymaster, the Bounty Hunter and the Agent in the late game. In the B tier, we have the Surgeon and the Drill Sergeant on top. The Cartographer and the Alchemist in the middle as a good way to make money. The Quartermaster and the Lookout if you want your team to have some extra advantages. In the Dumpster, they are pretty much the same, but I will put the Trader and the Negotiator on top because they do have a purpose, that is making money. The rest are the horde garbage in the bottom, soaking up all the garbage juice. Alright, now that we have figured out which follower is good, let's talk about when to hire them. So there are 5 slots in the retinue. They are unlocked one by one with renown. First one at 250 renown, second one at 750 renown, third one at 1400 renown, fourth one at 2250 renown, and the final one at 3350 renown. The first slot should unlock naturally before day 10, second one before day 20, fourth one at around day 50-60, and the final one after the first crisis. For the first follower, you might want to buy the Drill Sergeant. I like to go for the Scout and the Scavenger as my first two. There is an ambition early on to have a follower for your retinue, so make sure you tap that ambition to hire your first guy. As the third follower, I like to go with the Recruiter, because at that point I can make enough money to check out all the recruits that he is giving me. Around a 50-60 is still a little bit.
And I wish the Recruiter would tell you the talents of the guys you're hiring. I think it was a missed opportunity.
To go for the Bounty Hunter or the Paymaster, so you might want to pick someone from the B tier that suits your playstyle. In the late game, once you unlock the Agent, you can replace the Recruiter with her and have the ultimate retinue consist of the Scout, the Scavenger, the Paymaster, the Bounty Hunter, and the Agent herself. Alright, that's my take on the retinue. Thanks for watching, I hope you like it.
That dumpster tier hurts me really. But it's obvious, you know, different playstyle there. Obvious. Maybe he doesn't like to travel around the map that much and spend a lot of time just traveling, you know, for trading and easy missions. Of course, it's, you know, it's different opinions, Big Baddy, from, you know, different play styles. He might be doing a lot of camp clearing. But like I said, it's nice to see, you know, what other people think that they have a lot of hours in the game. That guy has way more experience in this game than me. If I mastered in this game, I mastered the brigand farming. Do I ever take underdog? Yeah. If I expect the guys to be surrounded and go tank stuff, I always take underdog. In some fights that are underdog, they just make their melee defense mean nothing really. So, for example, if this is a snake here, and you have Royalty and Galramal next to the snake, they both have plus 5% chance to hit. Because the snake doesn't have underdog. So, getting another one, they'll have plus 10% chance to hit each. Basically, makes you win fight. when you're starting a fight, you always look at the surround options, and it's rarely not worth surrounding before attacking. So you move in and then you wait and then you start attacking when everybody's in position. You do lose some initiative, maybe some morale damage, if it hits the land with a lower chance to hit. But surrounding your targets is usually the way to go. And equally in the case of the opponent, your guys getting surrounded, they might start wavering and they even get less defense. And if a fight is gonna last for more than a couple of rounds, not having underdog, especially like fighting 2 orc warriors that like to hit the head, you guys just die. Your metal defense matters almost nothing. Only exception in my company for not having underdog is Helman Gorst, because he has really high melee defense. You can see here 54 without confident, and his melee skill was a little lower, so instead of taking underdog I take him backstabber. So this would be the exception to the case. Well, even if the targets have backstabber, he'll still have almost as good defenses as a guy like this with underdog. I'm definitely starting to see some builds that could have overwhelm. I'm definitely starting to see it, especially going with the dodge and relentless. And I'm keeping in mind for the future, especially if the guy rolls 2 stars initiative. You could go with Adrenaline Rush as well, chew that. And we'll make some hard targets, you know, debuff there. I really like ripping the snakes. Serpents. These are massive size snakes. Pretty much anacondas from the Anaconda movie. You have a dirty mind there, Captain Morn. What was your old name again? Keep forgetting. If you rename on get the name on Twitch, you pretty much whoever you were before. I don't even know that person exists anymore. Just the amount of people that you meet, it's impossible to keep track. Ooh, this is actually really bad for fail. It's probably worst case scenario. Vlad. Was it Vlad with a number? Can't remember. Is dead, right? It might leave now. God damn it, hit the snake! Okay, he would be dead here if we didn't daze them. Okay, hit the head. Probably the worst case scenario with the snakes, a Poland guy gets around dead. That's why they're not so good in the later game. Maybe still dead, probably. If they hit the head, might be fine. He can still survive one hit. Fuck. Was that? Was still pretty good roll even with the rope. They might have backstabber there. Well, shit happens. I tried everything there, really. It was just bets around. Shame they didn't hit the head enough. They were keeping hitting the body way too often. That's why you have to be careful with this this Polearm guys. They're not very good in this stage of the game, anyways. They're just too fragile with that middle defense and nimble. He already had the broken knee from before, so he lost melee defense. Rip Fail the Third, the ever-chosen, been with us for a long time. Fail the Third, been with us for 614 days, participant 320 battles and got 484 kills. That's a hell of a lot of points as well. Been into bits by a serpent. Was just bets around. We have a reserve polearm, but it opens a space for a proper late game two-hander. At this stage, these characters are not very good, especially in tough fights. This was not a tough fight though, but it shows. Had a broken knee, so had less. He lost like 6 mil defense. He would have lived there without that broken knee. Well, looks like Brest is taking the flank now. A true one, Karsten. Massacre! You know, this behavior this Hellman does in this type of fights reminds me of the Monk has chosen moves. Rip clip. Well, you can still go look for it on YouTube and cut it from, get it from my YouTube video if you really want it back. Holy shit, he survived. 126 fatigue, huh? It's royalty. When you see a sellsword with a crossbow as his weapon, does this mean he is gonna be something crossbow related with his melee range skill and stars, or is it just random? Because it's the flavor nonsense says here, some say he can hold a battle line as well as an oak tree, but has a fucking crossbow here. I think his gear is just random, right? Burkhard. Has an eagle eye, huh? Kinda wish the recruiter would show you their talents. Why they so? Why this? I don't know what was even the word. Why they refuses to give us, you know, some quality of life regarding that? There's all enough RNG fest. Stingy, yes, stingy. That's the word. I have a feeling that Sellsword is like a god in melee, but he has a cross and eagle eyes. This is how fucked up random it can be on those talents. I got surrounded by the snakes royalty. We tried everything and he still got killed. Too many hits on the chest. 5 Lemurs. Does this mean there are 10 of them? Now that I think about it, yeah. Sometimes I'm thinking like 6 Lemurs, there gotta be 3 of them, but no, they don't have tails. The wrong greens and wounds 3 skulls. That sounds dead for us, at least 1 or 2 guys. Need Gossamer. Get lost, you rebel! Trusty Calamity. A masterfully crafted and somewhat uncommon variant of the sword with a long and thin blade, sharpened only on one side and no crossguard. Can be used both for quick slash and sweeping strikes. Weapon skills build up 2 less fatigue. Also has much better effectiveness against much better armor penetration. On a sword that you're supposed to swing 2 or 3 times around, 2 less fatigue, it's pretty good. It's not worth considering unless it's like only the best shit. It's a mid-tier weapon. I guess it's pretty amazing for an early pole arm, but the pole arms are trapped right now. We need guys that can hold ground. Like early game makes sense to big pole arms. Right now, pole arm, you get stuck with a guy that can defend himself. Same shit with his shields as well. You get pretty much 3 guys that never gonna be any good, just acceptable. All trapped as shield experts, but they survived the early game, so you know they get to stay in the company. Yeah, but early game that one is very good. It's like just very effective pole arm to carry you into later. Bastard. Doesn't Bast have like bad resolve? What's the downside of the Bastard? Is the Mace Flail Master word? Mace is probably the best master in the game. Flail Mastery, it's more like flavor. You know, still, you know, can be good. So we can go twice with Negotiator easily. This third time is the old system. The third one has a chance to fail. Alice. Sigmar is here. A retired soldier. Makes sense. I think they have low health, the retired soldiers, if I remember right. It's been a while. Nothing really I want to get here. Low fatigue could also be lower health as well. Yes, Zubian, he lives. You can just accept him, take his gear, and fire him. I don't think there's any downside. Those events are rare. That's probably the only downside. I think the guy we're gonna get instead of fail now, it's gonna be a versatile battle forge tank damage dealer. So it's gonna be built like Sir Royalty, but no relentless, no dodge. Instead of battle forge, instead of nimble, we're gonna probably go quick hands, strong melee weapon, and a reach weapon at the same time. From like axe, mace, or hammer. Not mace, yeah, axe, mace, or hammer. Will not really care about fatigue, because no berserk, adrenaline, or recover. Hail Hydra. The two-handed scythe and two-handed scimitar are cleavers, my dude. They're not swords. And two-handed cleavers are good against a variety of opponents, and you can have a quick hands into whip, which I usually always forget about and never build them, even when I, learn about this critical information. And this is actually a extremely useful guy to have. Hey, there, bro. Yoo-hoo. Look at this dude. Let's see this one. What do we have? So you basically got him like this. 3 greats or full helm and Melhauberg. Holy shit, those talents are trash. One in fatigue is fine, but the other two, my god. Having initiative on guys that you know you're gonna go heavy armor is so bad. Thank god the Hedge Knight can roll initiative talents. What's the advantage? It's hard hitting with bleed effects. You can swing twice, even 3 times, if you get a kill. If you have like that sword from the Barbarian King, what's it called? The Barbarian Madman, it's also very effective against armor as well. Although probably at this point in the game, at this stage you can find better cleavers, which like -3 fatigue build up. Those are probably the most ideal. Accurate nature. Yeah. God damn! I think the biggest advantage of going two-hand cleaver is quick hands into Bella Whip. I think that's the biggest advantage. Yeah, the Battle Frenzy makes two-handed cleavers and warbrands definitely better. Hell Hydra. Did they announce anything about Warhammer 2 DLC? It's gonna be Wood Elves, but when it's gonna be, might be a long time before we know that. Months. Or they could surprise us. It's many Orc Berserkers, 7 to 10. So it looks like it's 8 to 9 Berserkers. Sounds like they have like 250 health. How much damage you did there? 135? Yeah, looks like 250 health. This bunch here, look at that. Here come the high rollers, 3 man splitters, boys. Ready to kill. The bowmen are pretty good against berserkers, but sometimes you don't have the clean line of fire. I don't want to get stunned. Headhunter is very good against berserkers, we just have to trigger it. Should wait for this one to act first. We don't want to get wavering or lose confidence there. Headhunter, nice. This should be high damage here. Very nice. Don't want this guy stunning again, so I guess we should stun him instead. We can stun the Orc Young. Well, here we have to move for the kill. I have a 90% here. Got me 87 here. Miss. It's pretty decent here. Missed another big hit. Hydra could get hit really hard here, for sure. It's probably not even worth moving there, but then Archmage gets hit hard. This guy's not wavering. Somebody gets hit hard here for sure. Maybe we make him waver with some headshots. Oh, breaking, nice. Some huge cascade there. 95% miss, huh? Supposed to be injury there plus wavering. I think we kill this one and then we hit this one. Pretty good chance to kill this one. It's severe concussion. Don't miss again, please. We have a deep abdominal cut. And we'll finish this one off here. Has to be our low roll on the body not to kill him. And beautiful. We eliminated all the risk here. We just need to daze this one, right? What the? God damn, Brace, don't miss again! Brace is nervous. It's like... It's the second time we missed 95 on this guy. Brace sees big choppers thinking constant and more, pretty much, yeah. This was a different mission there, bro. It was follow tracks one skull, which we negotiated twice for a high price with the retinue being the factor. The camp was extra on the way. Chad, do we have a stated endpoint in mind for this campaign? It's like how I prefer to play it, rule set. Unless we have planning, you know, just one one or two crises with a origin we don't usually play. It's always gonna be a long game with a play style of a simulation sandbox management game. Building up, getting growing with the and building up with the company we have over a long period. Finding all kinds of items, famed items, and with occasional, risky fights. Usually just chill simulation. Playing the management games and sometimes going into fights where things get out of hand. But usually just not really going for anything risky. I think men's player fits Rubio. You just have to get his finger back. I'll lose some defense because of the dodge. But it makes sense. I'll try it for a bit. I think we're gonna keep his missing finger. We might use a tree on a sword master. That makes more sense, right? He does still have very good defenses. Sometimes it's gonna be a target, right? Does have medium armor. For a second I was thinking, where the hell did we get Battle Whip? But then I remember Filter died. It's 11 metal defense. Initiative here is better. 13. At this point, we use the war dogs only on the pole arms. Two left. They definitely lost some value, but in some fights they definitely can save you. And saved actually Caravan to Azim Shab 3 days. That's crazy for Caravan, right? But we'll accept it. We'll accept it. Goes through 2 good cities. Battle Jester gets +1 max fatigue, nice. We need fatigue on the hammer. The Lindenwursts are probably gonna ruin our day here. Collingwood won it because he was dumb. Isn't Athletic or dumb so you can win? Don't give me knight here. Holy shit! Look at that. 3 champions during night. That sounds disgusting, right? No, I sold the Fengshire Helm. Guess it could have been useful here. We got ambushed by goblins, so. At least it's not a surround. They're gonna be aggressive here because the Caravan, right? So at least that's the upside. Let's hope the champions don't have bullshit weapons. Getting night all potions? Yeah, this is definitely a good advice. Definitely good advice. I do have fast adaptation. Fast adaptation is king in these goblin fights. It's a lot of money here because there are 4 champions. El Hydra. I'm scared even to get close. Maybe they have those scary bows. The champion bows are can be really bad. That one looks like it's a bow, a good bow. Does Duelist work with Trollbone offhand? Should. As a champion now. Looks like 2 pike champions. At least we demoralized them a bit. Damn, that's good. Beautiful. Is the other champion. It is the other day. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Fucking hell! Oh my god! That's with the bounty hunter. Oh my god! 3 ambusher champions. That's like butt clenching. They can't recover morale in this fight anymore, right? We have them. Fucking hell! Doesn't even say you can hit him! Hmm. It's unfortunate damage there, especially the headshot from friendly fire. Champion now. It was a massive blow. I have to go recover, I can't attack anymore here. Bela is kinda in a situation where he might get messed up. Especially with that headshot. With his health a little bit low. Not in a safe range anymore, if you know what I mean. But we fucked up their morale with that approach. That's good. 51% dodge there. Might have some surround damage on the morale here, right? Let's move here first. Then move here. Nice. This looks like a kill, and this looks like a kill. This one is already pretty demoralized. It's one champion down. It's a very low chance there. Probably just shoot here. Don't miss. The guy must have ridiculous range defense. Must have anticipation. That man splitter hits so hard. Very good. Very good. Nine lives. Feel quite resistant there on this stuff. This one is confident. I guess he got whipped. Damn! Must be some weapon. They're on the run now. I'll wait for a surround here. Second champion dead. Couple of them will definitely live. They're already disengaged. All disengaged. Star champion down. Okay, let's see. Bunch of loot, no doubt. 3 famed goblin pikes. 25, 1 of 4. Oh shit, this one has a high damage for a goblin pike. Chance to hit head plus 21%, weapon skills 1 less fatigue. 39, 90. Yeah, 2 had pretty good damage for the pike. 64, 89. This one was quite impressive for a goblin weapon. Still they compare with proper weapons though. They missed this by 1 hour to dawn. Cruel falchion worth repairing. We have Cook, so a little faster, right? Cook is good here. Cook make us heal 33% faster. Very good for nimble guys. Cresting a small hill, you see a caravan of people along the road. They are trundling down the path with pots and pans clinking along the wagon side, children swinging their legs over the edges. Women at the front biting the draught animals forward with sharp whippings. Men march together looking at a map and arguing over it, gesticulating in different directions to show a difference in geographic opinion. And then further up the road beyond the traveler's eye are a few goblins laying in the grass. Gimble the cat slayer sees them too, and comments. You best get down there now, sir, before there's a slaughter. Resman Carson shrugs. Or we let the goblins make their move, then we swoop in and clean up the mess. Easier to fight them when they are tangled up, no? Ooh. What is this, like a random event? March on. One way or another, this isn't your problem. You quietly leave the scene, though a few brothers are rather disturbed that you left those poor peasants to such a gruesome fate, particularly when the whole realm is trying to survive these green savages. We're asking a caravan. What's wrong with you people? This is business. You're not fucking superheroes here. Okay, let's see what we got here. There's a monumental chieftain helmet. 291 minus 17, nothing really special, really. This is probably a bad roll, right? 321 minus 29, that's pretty good. Very expensive, though. 325 minus 34. 333 minus 30. Well, it's pretty good, but we don't really need it. It's a good armor, though. Well supplied, still and nothing here. Look at this very cheap potion of knowledge. We have allied status here, I think. Why would you ever craft for things with alchemists and you can get such status here and just buy them cheap? So much more convenient. And you don't have to clog your inventory. Just save them for later. Look at the price of silk here. 410. God damn. God damn. What's with all the food? What do you mean? God damn, negotiator rip 500, what the hell? This is just bring shekels there. Is to say, we do sell for profit if we buy it cheap, but we have a cook as well, so the food lasts longer. So it's good to hoard food. Don't want archers with the ifrits in question here. So you can see rice can be 11 days. Cheese can be quite a bit longer as well. Using cook for quality of life. Ifrits only can be scary, the big ones with bad RNG when they hit the head. He said the C word? I didn't say cunt. Come on. No, that word is yeah, my bad. That word is not allowed here. We should have approached here, but I accidentally skipped there. A 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like they have 5 range. Hold on, where was this? From here? 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 6 even. Does it have anything to do with legend? No, just you know, when it comes about the cheese, it's usually it's not helpful to anybody. Everybody has their own criteria for it, and it just usually all triggers me and the other people around, so it's best to be, you know, stay away from it. Pretty sure cheese is kind of like it's almost like a divine divine word in Legends chat. I mean, how he built probably most of his audience on it. I guess we can just daze him here just in case, you know, something bad happens. You know what I'm wondering? Who even find out about that one business Caravan? Usually when the turn is processing, I don't even have hands on the keyboard. It's like one is scratching my head and one is scratching my balls. Like, who even tries to keep backspace when the AI is moving? How would they even discover shit like that? I'm not sure we can break him down on time there. I have 3 range defense here. Okay, Pineapple is pretty good in this fight regarding this. Okay, that was a good dodge. I think then they use the range attack, which is pretty nice. We'll, can break a big piece of it. Can even destroy 2 medium ones if you surround it. This point, usually in big effort fights is we get some injuries. Worst case scenario. I guess it's not worst case scenario. Somebody can get hit in the head twice in a row by a big one. But that's just bullshit. That's, you know, the worst case scenario is a couple of injuries. I don't even want to say that somebody can get killed by 2 times in the head, because that would be really bad RNG, right? Because we can always try to pull out. You know, see, this is what happens when they get hit in the head. They hit hard on the head. They have a good AP, I guess. That's a definitely unfortunate hit there. That was a 12% chance, huh? There's the big one. It's a low roll. They just lower their damage. %. Also, two other things, 25%. I think it's initiative and something else. I'll keep forgetting. Got the broken nose on Baylor. Was a fortunate roll there. Does happen. Escort there might be a little bit dangerous. So I'm guessing good initiative, good melee skill. Is it me or this guy is dirt cheap? The sound noble 890? What? I don't think I ever seen that. What's the old information? This one, these. They can have 67 melee skill. Looks like their resolve and fatigue is a problem. So the worst thing about them looks like resolve and fatigue. You can have actually quite a bad fatigue, but with the doesn't seem to be a problem that much anymore. But still, we can afford better backgrounds. Assassins are great. Exclude talents, fatigue, range defense, resolve, and health. Now that's the old assassin, I think. The new assassin is fatigue and health. Looks like huge initiative. Looks like some of the best initiative in the game. I don't think I'm ready to go there yet. I mean, ready probably, but I don't want to go there really. It's more like 1350 Agatama, but yeah, that could work as well, what do you say? This is on the other side of the map as usual. Yeah, I've been told numerous times about this, Captain Moran. Getting to a drought right now would be crazy profit. This might be nachos. I mean, what else would be here, right? 22 nachos, looks like a lot of big ones. Minimize the risk if somebody's close. Can you get a screenshot of that Azubian? That looks nice. What the? It's almost like it's night. Holy shit, there's actually a lot of big ones here. I mean, it's two skulls, so it's tend to be a lot of them, right? Yeah, that's a lot of big ones. I find this to be a big bullshit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 big ones, and the possibility of them gonna be eating and more of them gonna be eating. And that's a very good brother. He also has Lucky as well, which makes his melee defense even worth more. So I would keep pumping melee defense further there, pretty sure. If you get a max roll on health or on initiative, looks good. But
Oh my god.
melee defense even further with that Lucky.
Shit. Holy shit. What the hell?
It definitely looks like a case where you would definitely take +4 health or plus higher health or initiative rolls there, but still keep going with the melee skill and melee defense. Maybe even a max fatigue roll there once. That's a pretty damn nice stats for level 9. Damn, I'm jelly. I feel like at this point max rolls, while that defense with Lucky, that's like definitely no brainer. Hey Zimbu, thank you for Twitch Prime. Well, then yeah, you can ignore it. You can ignore it. What you gonna put as the as his final perks? Are you gonna go with Overwhelm? I don't see if you have Killing Frenzy. Frenzy Overwhelm. You have 3 more perks. Level 10, 1 perk, and level 11, they have 3 more perks, right? We get like one more good initiative roll. Overwhelm looks very nice. Quick hands also looks like a thing here. Good luck. I'm hoping you get max resolve roll and 2 max initiative rolls there. But it looks very nice, bro. I think Lone Wolf is nonsense unless you want to have like an edge in the arena. Feel like an arena fanatic. You could go duelist instead of quick hands, yeah. Holy shit, Gravy, that guy looks like a boogeyman. I regret even moving there. It's a lot of big ones. That guy would be hired in the League of Assassins just by how he looks. Fuck, he's probably the leader. This is some high rolls there. What? Demoralizing will begin. Probably just rotated there, right? What do the undead ancient priests do? They can horrify a guy. Make them flee for duration, I think. And they cause miasma in the area. It's kind of like poisonous gas. You take damage like, you know, like a burning area. So when the nachos eat, they actually heal injuries, huh? Dagger as an extra attack. I guess that's, you know, that could be an option as well. Sounds very exhausting though. We have to take Dagger Mastery and Quick Hands. It's a lot of bleed. So it looks like eating is 5 action points or 6. Somebody knows? I think I asked already, but I forgot. Six? 6, okay, thank you. What the sh... This is not my guy. Carry on. Did they just devour 3 of my guys in a single round? Still not dead. Look at that shit, man. 1 health. Archman's almost got hit twice there. It doesn't work like that, my dude. You have the pretty much all the time in the fight to free him, but these fat nachos, when they eat that much, they just start leaving the battlefield. So you might be pinning the battle while you know, they're just getting away. Especially because all of a sudden you start disappearing, started missing all the hits. Oh, there's a 3 skull contracts on bandits from the looks of it. All ones there is because veteran level. It tells you here, beyond the 11th character level, character or veterans will no longer gain perk points, but can still continue to improve, but only +1 in 3 attributes. That's a real... oh, fuck that shit. I thought it... What is this? Troll, 93 per head, 2 skulls. Thought it would be brigands. I think there is something here. I saw the undead coming from this area. Oh yeah. Oh baby, look at them heads, free money. But before we do this, I'm gonna get lunch. As in, it's lunchtime. Yeah, I'm pretty much vampire more back. I'll see you guys in 20.
In royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man. Great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a with man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away our faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White One. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos storm crown, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable, to you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos storm crown, born of the north, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us. For he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing. The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people. So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, White. Trust in Heimskir, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise. We are but minds, riding in the field of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. Ah, where once man, I, an ass-man descended, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, Horde of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us. For he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing a heaven. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing. The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people. So rise up, children of the Empire. Rise up, Stormcloaks. Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine. Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable, to you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. But were once man, I, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, Horde of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great towns, in royalty, and reshape this land which is mine. I do this for you, Red Legions, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ultimate truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Night to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable, to you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality. Now walk among the stars. But you were once mankind, and as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, Horde of the North, where my bread is long winter. I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine. For you, Red Legion, for I love you. I love, even as man, great Talos, in royalty, and reshape this land which is mine. I do For you, Red Legions, for I love you! I love, even as man, great Talos cherished us. For he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel. And there it is, friends, the ugly truth. We are the children of man. Talos is the true god of man, ascended from flesh to rule the realm of spirit. The very idea is inconceivable to our elven overlords, sharing the heavens. With man? Ha! They can barely tolerate our presence on Earth. Today, they take away your faith. But what of tomorrow? What then? Do the elves take your homes? Your businesses? Your children? Your very lives? And what does the Empire do? Nothing! Nay, worse than nothing! The Imperial machine enforces the will of the Dalmor against its own people! So rise up, children of the Empire! Rise up, Stormcloaks! Embrace the word of mighty Talos, he who is both man and divine! Trust in me, Whiterun. Trust in Heimskr, for I am the chosen of Talos. I alone have been anointed by the Ninth to spread his holy word. Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable, to you we give praise. We are but lags, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have us.
Hey boys, we're back. Food break finished. All the heads here, huh? I should get a sergeant here. How the rest of the company look? Some hell damage. Oh, this one is almost destroyed armor. Thank you, Primarch. What was the lunch? Sarma. Sarma's computer. We did hit like probably like 5-6 times a year. I think it's alright, Uberwolf, which clips are safe to link. Had some rough experiences with them, with my peasant militia. Oh shit, the big ones in the arena.
The funny thing is that they don't circle around. No, how did I miss that? So we kill him and just free up the spear wall. Just like that. What?
Oh my god! I seen that, but that sucks.
What the hell is that?
I seen that in the past. That is bullshit. Spear wall discrimination. Zombies should trigger spear wall as well. That is stupid. It's gonna be 19 zombie heads here. And some nachos. Bullshit headshots. We'll be shooting nachos really here, right? But the zombie's gonna get up, then we can just shoot him next round. I like this spot for him.
Oh my
Yeah, this.
god.
Thank you for the sport.
Have you seen that shit?
What you've been doing lately?
Shit. What the hell?
Looks like there are 4 nachos here. Bullseyes, let's go. We do have headshot available on. 41% chance, 37, 41 bullseye kill. It's not gonna kill though. This one might high roll. No more stars, just working my wads. You playing anything yourself? Did I miss a 95? It's high ground. Yeah, it was. We can attack level 0 from level 2 elevation. We were saying some pretty drunken Mama Jumbo last night. I did. I don't remember being that drunk. What was I saying? You're oddly fixated on how the government wants to get married. Really? But it sounds about right. They need people to get married. They need your babies, otherwise they have no future. I'm still alive. The dodge is still providing something when you have 30, you know. I usually get very dehydrated during the night, but when I'm drinking, I pretty much can't even sleep. So it's this restless night. Waking up every like 2 hours to get something to drink. So for me, impossible to get good sleep when I'm drinking. Serious dehydration. midnighting heads here. 6 kill for Gimli. This does look like an undead place. Of them, damn. No Geists and no Necromancer. Okay, that's pretty good. Be a famed item here as well. Looks like 2 great axes. One has no helmet. Pretty good for a hunter.
Oh my god! Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What
Thank you, Jenga. Appreciate it tier 2. So, if you guys missed what was happening today, 2 major things happened. I guess you can say 3. Helman Gors got drunkard. We got Filter got killed by snakes. Bets around, we tried our best. And we have faced a goblin army with 4 champions. Surprisingly, it went really smooth. Yoo-hoo. Is that Mester Portuga? Did I say that right? Okay. Oh yeah, and we fought a group of berserkers in a camp, and Ruby Noob has a new weapon. He's using a man splitter, devastating 2-handed axe. This build supports it. So we can definitely expect some of these nachos to eat unless we get good bullseyes. I used the Berserker chains before? No. I don't remember. The Nachos are trying to spice up this fight, so they're going for the corpses. But the marksman can usually bring them down. They also, aligned with the undead, but they're not the undead themselves, so they are affected by stuff like the fatigue and morale. This should be a triple kill next turn. But we can just clear them this turn, right? And the 200 flails have unpredictable damage, could be super devastating. So there are 2 more notches here. Those 2 are gonna be fleeing. $94. That's muscle blow. It was 79 miss. So nachos are fleeing. Still kill them. We're 2-handed down here. So turns. 6 turns, 14 turns, I'll go for a round swing. This one is not even what, yes, it's fine. 50 defense. Miss Brugger says I follow your channel for ages, had another account as Pungus name. That's good. I'm supposed to be killing the first one and then recover. This could be a good headshot there. I don't think we have a headhunter available right now. Might have better initiative here. We can stun him. It still does nothing if they have armor. Swing would have been better there. Oh, Headhunter, nice. No, helmet's Headhunter is just massive. Guarantees a hit to the head if it connects. Hit hits. Somebody's all up there. One miss on the stun. These guys could be quite durable here. Can't believe that guy survives that like that. Yeah, it's pretty smooth. No unpredictable factors like Necromancer or the Geists. Great axe next to the archer. Keep getting heads on these stuff helmets. Base hit to the head is 25%, but some weapons have higher chance to hit the head. Like that flail. And especially here, just some expensive weapons and treasures. 23 crowns. Got all the heads here though. Those are worth repairing, Hand axes. Zombies love their hand axes. When do you take Battle Force instead of Nimble on the front line, bro? Well, it's preferable. But Nimble is cheaper and doesn't require as much stats. Unless you don't go Berserk and adrenaline on the two-hand Bellforged. So I guess early self player, and if the brother will not have very high fatigue, because you know heavy armor requires a lot of fatigue, especially if you intend to use stuff like adrenaline, indomitable, berserk. When does that buff happen? Seems to be like random. Closed flat top with mail, and then you have flat top with closed mail. You have closed flat top helmet. You can definitely craft the remaining notch necklaces. What do we have here? Look at that cell sword with a warhammer. Also start level 4. Adler is so noble. Is this one? I guess still level 3. I even have to equip them right now. Have to keep that in mind as well. Then 325. I guess the abducted children messes up the price quite a bit. Retired soldier. What do the stats on the retired soldier man look like? Just to remind myself. Low health. So he has low health. Pretty much the only downside. Everything else is pretty good. Fatigue could also be low. I guess low health and below average fatigue. So health and fatigue. They're affordable. Must be a brigand camp somewhere here. Why does he go? What the fuck is this pet finding, man? Shit makes no sense. I'm in the location to find all of them. We explored them up once we got the third region unlocked, I think. With, we explored it with a cartographer, scout and lookout. Pretty much denied the kill there to Hydra with that crossbow shot. Crossbow sometimes is not that good. With knockback. Sometimes it's very desired, sometimes it's just annoying. So I need to get another crossbow as well. Keep in mind. There's a miss there, huh? Was the 95? Yeah, one was 95 miss. Hell, Hydra. Those guys are in deep shit now. Deep shit. Why did that guy disengage? What the shit, Hicks? We missed that guy? The 149 crowns. Repair all this stuff. There should be a camp here somewhere. Hey, Homer, good morning. I have a pretty good rep here. Ooh, moving sands. And pineapple. They've lost one. The prices are higher and there is less goods on quite a bit of stuff. $223, that's very good. Very good. Before in the arena tournament now. I think we have this on everybody now. Yeah, Pine Temple was the last one they needed. I just think you can have this in here in the bags. We've seen some, but it looked very dangerous, high risk. Probably a sure dead for 5 guys. I mean, we're playing an Iron Man. It's like we're gonna send 5 guys there, it's probably a certain dead. Will be a little interesting for 5 minutes at least, right? This. Oh, god damn it! Negotiate! Negotiate! I'm gonna get bottom dead. This thing got it costs only 18 while calling costs 70. Stat wise they're almost the same. I think having tanks makes more sense than having archers with snakes. Especially once we're going into it. In this regard, they're almost the same like Ifrits. +1 range skill for Gimli and +1 for Fluffpaw. Nice. West, this could be West as well. Reaper has been definitely murdering the snakes. Kill them so much faster when you have the sword lance. See how it goes with our archer. Pretty nice shooting here this time. Lost our polar with a broken knee. Didn't have a broken knee, probably would have lived. It's too much penalty to melee defense. Yeah, this actually requires extra movement. Yeah, this terrain is we're gonna lose some initiative here. Wow. They're going for a Hydra immediately. 2 hits as well, with a very even high chance. Wow, some misses there. Thank you, Pine Temper. A huge fatigue build-up here. Come on, man, don't miss like that. It's 91 there. 5 snakes on him, huh? It's not really a swamp. No, another snake there, huh? That was a high roll there. They're not, you notice how they haven't hit him in the head a single time? They're just bullshit rolls. water is definitely messing up our movement here. Definitely think twice about water in the future. It's 3 times missing 74 in 2 rounds. God damn snakes! The attack actually did damage there on the body. Could have been much smoother if there was a different terrain. Where are you going, Snake? I'm gonna level up. It's a lot of trophies. Calling is dumb, so he's getting less experience. Should increase our relations here even further. Get very affordable silk here, good money. Max relations with this city. Looks like 2.5%. That's actually a little over 2% lower than base price on the bombs. Silk is 460, we get it for 440, 50. Would you say the South is more difficult at the beginning? Yeah, for sure. Nomads are tougher than Brigands. They having dodge puts the RNG in their favor. So by the South is also richer though. There's more money down there for sure. But the local bandits are tougher as well. Dodge makes the nomads difficult until you get better attributes and brothers. What was it trade called? Arena Veteran, yeah. Dots and double fire lance and low level range bros. Plus what hit sounds good and they can be used from backline. It's definitely a earlier game weapon, but it's also costly. You can equip almost a whole bro in the early game at the cost of one of those weapons. Northeast. Going northeast. It's two skulls. Some RNG, some weird RNG happens with this type of contracts on the regarding events. Let's go with an extra melee here. You see, they added a lot of these events, you know, always something happening there. The nomads are surprisingly stationary and surprisingly many. but it appears there is a reason for that. You find the sand dwellers huddled around a hole in the ground. They constructed pulleys around it and are working furiously to drag up whatever it is they've found in the desert. Based upon the grin of the man overseeing the operation, it is no doubt a trove of treasure. You could attack now and face more opposition, or you could wait until they have done and have left with whatever they're digging up. Well, we'll attack now. If it looks bad, we'll just retreat. $27. Executioner, Tavi the Dust Dancer, looks like 2 leaders. Ooh, shit! There's a champion with a bow! I need one more bow. Damn, Hand Hunter too? That sounds nasty. Oh, there's another Desert Stalker there as well. A champion Desert Stalker and another Desert Stalker. Oh man. 2 Desert Stalkers. I don't think we faced Desert Stalkers before. No, nicest way to start a fight now. It's a lot of shooters. Well, the champion Desert Story sounds like somebody might get killed. We don't even have firepower, this is gonna have to get closer if we decide we wanna fight this. It's a good opening. Hydra's armor is at 111 now. Doesn't look like they're engaging, you know, they're definitely not intimidated here to stay and shoot. It's a lot of shooters. Doesn't feel like it's worth engaging yet. We might be full of holes here as well. There's all those special nomads like the Desert Stalker, Blade Dancer, Executioner, they're all Assassin, they like seem like superhumans really. Headshot. We started with an hunter there. All our guys get easy targets for range. Oh, me 74. Execution is going up, huh? There's a really tough armor there. A headshot available. In me 74 again. Two cleavers here going towards our nimble guys. All this missing here. It's wavering, you know. Couple of these guys are on such low health here. Wow, those hits and is still not even wavering. 62. That's good. Might have resilient. I'll go with a shader here. Ooh, that's a good shader. Even if we miss the middle one. Wow, Helmet God is delivered. Holy shit. So far the Desert Stalkers haven't missed a single shot. Good thing we did adrenaline there. God damn! What the shit? I was supposed to be double kill here. Look at those guys. was a good hit. Morale is starting to be a problem for them. There's a Stalker, still 100% accuracy. That was a big morale hit. Still 100%. That's a big morale damage hit. Ruby has a new Axia using the Orc main splitter. Hail Hydra. That's just what we need to break them. There's a Stalker's 100% accuracy name. This was that one, maybe it was that one with one miss. Yeah, that was the first miss. Could have been super deadly there. We need to pin the champion as a good bow. This is the one. Break. Break. Even after that, he didn't break. God damn. Fucking hell, man! The Nomad specialists are all fucking Terminators. Look at that. Break! What the? Holy shit, man, this guy. What is his resolve? Is it like 80 resolve or something? Or is it just shit RNG? That guy is a Terminator. Look at this. He killed two of his leaders. He's still not. He's breaking minus 20% resolve. He's still not. What the shit? Who's this guy? Look at this on the head. He's still not fleeing. The guy says a Slayer Oath. Look at this, another hit, he's still not fleeing. A guy next to him gets fucking decapitated, he's still not fleeing! Finally! Hallelujah! I don't think that guy missed a single shot in this fight, by the way, as well. The other guy, I think, missed the one aim shot. Hell Hydra. Two Desert Stalkers, one Executioner, and I think two Leaders. We got a Malignant Cord. Made from the very strong yet flexible wood, this warbow has massive pulling power and is a rare piece of skilled craftsmanship. Has additional 28% effectiveness against armor and has additional 12 to 16 damage. We need another warbow. Get ancient gold coins and silverware. So what's that compared to the Bloody Swiftwind? This one has more damage, ignores armor, and 13 to 18. This one has 28% more effectiveness against armor, and extra 12 to 16 damage. This stuff like this is huge, especially against average enemies. Yeah. What? Uh-huh. I'll have those two just in case. The prices here are pretty good. Price now has 11 days. Got shot once in the head, right? Yeah, ripped ear. The nomads, they actually help with the goblins here. Even if they have a little chance. Mirage sightings. What do we have here? A long two-handed axe designed for battle that bears down heavy with every swing and can easily cut a man in two. Looks like great axe with a higher damage roll and more damage against armor. Looks like 9 to 11 extra damage. More damage ignores armor. The main split hits both the head and the body. This one has 18% more defense against armor and it builds up less fatigue. But it's better if you have a berserk. You lose a defense here using this one. That one is, I feel like it's better than the main splitter. As we restore our defenses back. We are using dodge here. This guy also is huge, so the main splitter is absurd. But the fatigue change also matters. This has 9 to 11 extra damage with extra 9% of damage ignore armor. Looks like a low roll, very low roll. I haven't found any famed noble sword. Seems very rare. Forgot to ask for extra. Doesn't look like anything special here. Looks like one leader. Even have cutthroats. guys survived. Lucky roll. So we have 78 fatigue now here. Dodges plus 10. Yeah, definitely better than Mind Splitter, this one. Simply because of dodge. Warhammer Age of Sigmar announced. What does that even mean? Hell Hydra. New Warhammer game. And it's like 7 out of 10 Warhammer games are utter shit. Just shameful money grabs. Or questionable effort. 9 to 5 guys, no talent. You know what I find hilarious is like thinking that people saying that CA, CA, has to pay this big cut to Games Workshop. When you consider that over 90% of Warhammer game and they got licenses are utter bullshit. Probably some of them haven't even had 1,000 players ever. Unless they have in contract that they have to pay a percentage of the profits. They're trying to milk up, a famous name with mediocre at best quality, with minimal effort. Most of them were started by fans too. Game Workshop used to have a tight hold on the license when they started. Yeah, they did. And then they spawned the evil that is Blizzard, biggest copy pasta in history. And now they're just giving it away to anybody. We're talking about nothing, just jibber jabbering. I do find it very interesting how there are some people every now and then on Reddit asking about Total War Warcraft, Total War game with in the Warcraft universe, when it's basically would be just a lighter version of and cheated version of Warhammer. But you know, my lore in my strategy game. There is lore in WoW. Well, yeah, they used to be. And then the artist died, and now it's just Mambo Jumbo. I used to be a big fan of Blizzard, now I just like to talk shit about them. Guys, you know, I'm still looking for this. Hold on. I'm still looking the way to make this glory days, I will call it. Was there ever, you know, a better example of living on the past glory as in Blizzard? I mean Activision Blizzard. Hold on. Just give me a moment. If I wasn't, you know, this, you know, I would put a little bit of effort. I would have put this probably like a big one over my wall. You know, I would go every night to my bed with a chuckle. This is my favorite meme. My favorite meme out there. Look at that. You know, at one point, you know, I just started feeling sorry for them. You know, how much of an embarrassment they can be, but they're in a manner making business. They don't care if they're, you know, becoming an embarrassment. You know, the idea of becoming an embarrassment in the eyes of the fans or the old fans is like, it feels like so sad to me. But everybody from Blizzard retired, so I guess they don't care. It's no longer Blizzard. Can't help but, you know, feel sorry for them. Well, apparently they have money, but the recent thing I read, they can't even pay their people properly anymore. Or somebody exaggerated quite a bit. Hold on, hold on. I seen this on Yahoo. Let me just search. I don't know what's the right term to search there. What was the... It's almost like it disappeared. It's almost like it disappeared. Fucking hell, man. How much for the new sites, huh? I have it in history here. Okay, guys. I'm not gonna show it on the stream here, but you can read it here. This is what I'm talking about. If true, that's really disgusting. So hopefully nobody's really talking shit there. Link is in the chat. What we need now is one of them temple events. This thing is everywhere, huh? Every castle. Would definitely be an exciting fight, but lots of warriors scare me. $140, are you serious? The final negotiate, we've been negotiating. Is it worth it? On the high paid contracts you do get quite a bit more. $750 into 1820 into 1900. Two skulls raiding parties. Probably orcs. 166.20, 176.60, 176.60. And you can do it twice every time and they always increase. The third time is where they start refusing. Hey, Talos. Doesn't look like we have the city here. We haven't been here in a while, huh? Looks like this is one of the orc camps here. Many orc warriors, 4 to 6. It's probably like 7 or 8 orc warriors. Yeah, you have to give it like a right composition for them. Extra big weapons and battle forged over range and backliners. And it's fine. El Hydra. The quality crossbows can be quite deadly, Mir. You know, like the heavy crossbows or the famed ones. Well, since the change to Indom, don't even consider going with a backline against Orc Warriors, especially if there are more than 6 of them. You really pretty much need everybody ready for to get up close and personal and be able to take several hits and do massive damage. When the Orc Warriors are breaking through, pushing forward, they do fuck up their morale and they do get surrounded. But this type of chaos does always unpredictable results, and sometimes people die. Especially if it's followed by two hits to the head, which I find it happens quite a bit with Orc Warriors. Funnily enough, looking at Nexus mods, one of the most popular ones, the Bell Bars, is Old Indomitable and Adrenaline. Well, people got used to that, you know, they learned to play with that. So my guess would be, you know, until there are new guides, you know, so you can lead the ship, you know, how to play the game. They're gonna, you know, stick with the old until they, you know, can copy paste something, you know, new and effective. That's how it is with gaming, really. Not just this game. My policy is either ignore them or accept the risks. I was in Neuron's channel yesterday, and he basically just started playing the game, and you know, he says that he can go without that mod that pauses the game when the enemies show up on the screen. You know, which removes any element of surprise and threat of the world for you not paying attention. It seems... I don't know. If that is not cheating, I don't know what it is. Having a mode that pauses when the enemies are on screen. Because if I'm not mistaken, some of the enemies are designed to ambush you, and this removes pretty much the threat of these enemies. There's a lot of orc camps here. Most people can't even play this game on easy. They probably just quit in frustration. Uninstall. You have any idea how many people watch this game and then they, you know, "Ooh, holy shit, it's a good game. I'm gonna buy it and play it myself." And then they quit like immediately because of a bad RNG and lowest difficulty. Hundreds, probably. Hundreds. It's a good sport tank, two of them. But all jokes aside, you know, it's like like, you know, everybody says single player game, people can do whatever they want as a single player game. And the mods are developing to make things convenient, high quality of life, in game much easier for the players. You know, if they want to have it easier than easy, you know, it's up to them. Just don't shovel that shit down other people's throat. Don't be a mod pusher. And fine by me. We can tank 4 of them, huh? They're gonna probably start a shield there. I keep forgetting to give them reserve shields. Yeah, that's how it is. That's another thing, you know. Can't start playing the game until you have all the content. Oh, this is solid here. This one has a head chopper. Okay, we got in a good spot here. I have one Indom tank on 2 orcs here, and one Indom tank with 2 orc warriors there. It's ideal. We dropped the some of the range. How many orc warriors are here? 7. Trading Caravan gets plus 10% better buying and selling prices, which is a big deal for money, especially if you like travel around and trade. They have a downside of only receiving 66% of the renown, so it takes a while to unlock retinues. I think I want to daze the warrior. This is definitely look much better against when the orc warriors are in question. More melee than range and support. Even the polearms are not good in this type of fights. Because, you know, they don't have this ability against warriors. Speaking of indie games, I'm looking forward for Vaporum Lockdown. We're planning to play it on release and then replay the Vaporum, the first one. Need more games like that in my life. That's fine, Tarkus, that's fine. Not everybody can focus and pay attention, right? My experience, the best thing against orcs is stuff like this. Stuff like this. This. Have like 7 of this and the orc warriors is no problem. One strong range is still good in fight like this. 2 at most, but going with 3 it's really pushing it against orcs. Like Hydra is not good in this fight either. Great Axe is amazing here. I'm gonna be a reserve here in case calling. They're gonna go for the shields. I forgot to put spare shields. But I think we're losing that shield there. Wow, they didn't go for the shield. Strange. Orc warriors have 2 weaknesses, morale and fatigue. But they still have a better fatigue than you. They eventually get exhausted that they can't really do much more of the shit they do in the first phase of the fight. Maybe the fatigue weakness is not even that of a weakness, but expected during the course of the fight, because they're trying to do too much. But morale is your best bet against the orc warriors. Pin a couple of them and then just focus. Similar how we will fight Unholds, really. That's probably ideal. If you can go through them with quality strong bros, like a bunch of hedge knights, 2-handers, just hold and focus the others and then focus the rest. I think fighting head choppers is fine with nimble guys, but head cleavers could get nasty, especially with bad RNG. If I put somebody next to them, they get just grab them and go through them, right? I guess it's fine here, this one is almost dead. This one is definitely much better at hitting armor, but it also takes a lot of durability damage. It's nice that they can actually make them waver. What is this bow exactly again? Ooh, that's the high damage roll. 49% armor penetration. With 13 to 18 extra damage. Yeah, this one is pretty good against Orc Warriors. Especially Killing Frenzy. Shield is down to 60 durability. Oh, he actually injured him, huh? Yeah, the sword does pretty good damage there. He just killed 2 warriors this fight, I think. Still haven't found a goldfish. Did he kill that guy in 4 hits? Or 3? I think we missed once. I'm surprised we haven't lost any shields. There are 2 orc camps close. There's quite a bit of them around. You better shield. You have awesome shield. It's a famed shield. Gilder shield? What is a Gilder shield? No, it's still going. We're making slightly progress, avoiding the big contracts. Yeah, 6-9 durability with shield expert is pretty good. Psychic library reward. I don't know what it is. Is it this? Psychic library. This is like a fight here. $750, 820, 910. Beautiful. Yeah, I was also shocked by Temper about that shield. I thought I was like, oh shit, I'll get a shitty fame shield. And then look at the stats, it was awesome. From one of the fallen heroes. You post a link to the shield. One moment. Okay, there you go. Let's see what this is. A Gilder's Embrace. Plus 25 melee defense, plus 25 range defense. Has a 786 durability, what? Minus 60 fatigue, so it's heavy. Everyone striking this shield receives the dazed effect. Huh. It's 25% less damage, initiative, and fatigue. Such high durability might as well be indestructible. A chopper, head splitter. Ah, that's not cleaver. So it's the head chopper is the cleaver one. Hand splitter is the axe. If you have very high defense, the orcs always go for the shield. They just will not allow you stand next to them with a high defense and a shield. But if you don't have really high defense, they might still do other things. But if your defense is really high, like over 60, I think they always go for the shield. Especially if you shield wall, I think. So Gimli has a Bloody Swift Wind. River has a Glorious Comet. Archers hit more effective against armor. Fluffy Boy has a Malignant Cord. More damage, more effectiveness against armor. This is more armor penetration, more damage. So who done the library that you guys already know about this item? Or was it on wiki before? Was that the Asian guy? I always forget his name. There's no way to avoid spoilers, and I was like, it is what it is. .250 helm and a fighting spear. Kill Hydra. So library looks like a good place to retire your party, right?
my god.
Hey, Sagan.
Have you seen that shit?
Yoo-hoo.
Holy shit.
Thank you for 3 years.
What the hell?
Damn, he survived. Was... Oh, Hydra. These hammer hits are so satisfying. Everybody should be pinned here. Oh, this is exactly full inventory. Need more incense, to be honest. You're absolutely right. Have a half mind dropping negotiator for the trader and just stockpile incense. You forget negotiate at least half the time anyway. Hey, I'm starting to remember. It's not part of my click rotation yet. Just give me a couple more hours. What you doing with all of the incense? This is a trade city here. It has a temple, and we have good relations, allied pretty much all the time. And there is a incense event sometimes, which makes the temple event with the incense, where the incense prices are ridiculous. It's like some of the biggest profit you can have in the game. I think it can happen also with warehouse burn down and ambush trade routes for some serious money. Yeah, I did it one time as well. I sold it to a very good price when I was stockpiling it, and then I came back and it was like roughly 10k lost in opportunities. I'm using Dogos rarely anymore. The Sight of Magnificence has a much higher effectiveness against armor and builds up less fatigue. -1 is nothing though. The one I have is better. I have a champion here. I had a fight today against the Gobos. They had 4 champions. Bounty hunter, yeah. The 3 of the champions were pikes and 1 was bow. So there's bow as well, you know. It was a headshot, which means the next one is a headshot as well. Squeeze down. Headshot. 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 That one was actually just high roll on Frenzy. I love having exceptional marksman against the Gobos. So fucking good. Really good luck with punctures as usual. Damn, aim shots of killing frenzy are super deadly. And they do miss as well. Hydra is in a peculiar spot there. No, it doesn't matter anymore. Might break him before he acts. Or not. Yeah, he missed. Hydra. One of these, oh, this one is nothing special. And Gimli has such nice stats. Such nice stats. Dive Maker has been damaged, and it looks like the orcs from north. I think I cleared that camp. $1,000 for all tracks. God damn! Hedge Knight with the Brigands, man, has become a rare sight. That's my favorite. My favorite. Haven't seen a Brigand champion in a while. Ooh, they got a Necromancer, but it's not a champion. Their Hedge Knight, ooh, close flat top with mail, reinforced mail hauberk, and a two-handed flail. I don't want this guy getting close to my guys. Better demoralize him. I'm using Bounty Hunter, yeah. I mean, long game, gotta use Bounty Hunter. It's probably the most fun one for the long game. Switch the Scavenger to Cook, and been using Negotiator as the fifth one. This is actually called a plates, not a reinforced mail hauberk. There's the Necromancer. That's a huge moral drop. Looks like he's gonna be going here. We have a very good defense there, but still could be a high roll. Get close to that necromancer. Does look like the hedge knight might actually retreat here. I don't think he's gonna engage with this type of situation. Hell Hydra. He has archmagnets and sights. Look at that, sneaky, sneaky. Might also go for a big roll, right? Maximum carnage. High roller. This is actually a situation where we can take a lot of damage. Haven't even killed this guy at all. Some really impressive armor. Holy shit, health on this guy, what the fuck? It's like 100... Gotta be over 150 health. Kill that necro. Really? You should hire him. No, they don't give Terminators to the player. Only AI gets metahumans. I have several Fame daggers here. This could be ugly here. Fucking ugly. Come on, boys, don't disappoint me. Thank you very much. The Twitch chat was praying that people get rolled here. Be careful to deny them. Got to places here, easy 1500. We got a two-handed flail. He didn't get to drop his helmet. Bala level 13. So I'm pretty good with veteran levels. A little bit more health there. So worth repairing. Gotta place is the heaviest armor in the game here, but it's also the most expensive one outside the famed stuff. You would have to have a two-hander that doesn't care about fatigue, or I mean the Battleforge that doesn't care about fatigue, or one with a high fatigue to use this. Fatigue-wise, is not very effective. There are like 3 armors more effective fatigue-wise than this one. But sometimes it's the only thing you got, so you know gotta use it. I mean, for example, here minus 32, 320. 320 minus 42, that's 10 more fatigue. Having 80 or 90 in this case wouldn't do much difference. Put on zero stump two-hander. What do you mean, zero stump? What are we gonna do with zero stump? I don't get it. Stam neutral two-hander. You mean the guys that don't build any fatigue without the berserk and adrenaline? Yeah, for sure, for sure. I have a couple of guys like this. Have the Gallimon pretty much. Royalty. Rubio Nubio. Pretty much using these two. This is a kind of like a Hedge Knight build with Battleforged. What you see here, this one is using backstab instead of underdog because they had massive melee defense and not a very good melee skill. And then I have stuff like this. What the Talca says, I don't know how to even call this, neutral stamina. You have dodge and relentless without berserk, adrenaline, recover, but you still use killing frenzy. So you hit hard, you tank well, and don't really care much about fatigue, right? Except for dodge, right? I don't want to build up fatigue on these guys, so we have a massive melee defense like 60 plus because of the dodge. If I would go berserk, adrenaline, then the recover would be a thing, and we would just be going exhausted. We're going exhausted, and the dodge and relentless would have less value. Instead, we have massive defense and hit hard. And never will build up any fatigue. And these guys, you know, sometimes they go in them to tank and don't really attack then. If we needed to buy some time. It's a build that uses both one tile and two handers with quick hands and Pathfinder, no point fatigue whatsoever. Well, I was thinking about something like that. Get a guy, go for Battle Forged, ignore fatigue, absolutely not. Don't use Berserk, Adrenaline, and Recover, and instead put quick hands and use a melee weapon, a reach weapon, something like that. Then you have another perk to put somewhere else. You probably have like you could probably even get away without Brony, and you can still have enough fatigue to move and attack every round, right? Unless you get hit by maces. Yeah. So how much fatigue you want to go with that one? Like 30? This could definitely save you a lot of stats. I do like the idea of two-handers having an option for Indom and Adrenaline, and then Berserk and Recover is very good. I guess if you have an exceptional guy, instead of gifted, you could use like something else. Maybe even no Indom anymore, so you'll lose that option too, and then you have two other options. Maybe like Quick Hands and Colossus, or Quick Hands and Pathfinder. There's definitely options, but I think, in my opinion, Gifted is the best perk in the game. It's just so good. What is the heaviest armor minus fatigue on your archer? I go with 15 usually. Minus 4, minus 11, minus 5, minus 11, so 41%. Yeah. Yeah, definitely gonna put more thought about this in the future. It definitely seems like a good option now that I got some experience with this. Definitely. I do really like the idea of this. And then, you know, when you look at the fatigue, it's like any point you put there was kind of like a, you know, was wasted. We do use medium armor here, but it does get more dodge value. Those points could have been something else, right? Like anything would have been better than fatigue at that point. Nimble dodge sword lance. The sword lance reap is very exhausting. You would have to go relentless, right? Why so much for the give it though? I like the extra stats. In a game of chance, the extra stats, you know, help lower the frustration. Yoo-hoo. Definitely some situations where overwhelm could be considered if you get some decent initiative roll. I mean, let me tell you something about this. I recruited 6, I think 5 or 6 Hedge Knights this run, and this was the first one. His stats were very good, but he rolled almost lowest melee skill with no talents. +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. And then I think he had like a couple of them +2 rolls. This was his melee skill rolls. I had to disband 2 Hedge Knights because pretty much the rest of the stats were even worse, and the melee skill pretty much the same shit. And the amount of money investment and time into that. If you don't get the talented bros gift, it kinda is a must, right? I mean, I have a level 19 Hedge Knight with 77 melee skill. He does have Drunkard since today. And the Backstabber, now it's even more value, right? Instead of Underdog, because it's 54 melee defense. It's like, in ideal world, you don't need Gifted, right? In an ideal world. The rest of his stats were pretty good. He had tough and athletic, but his melee skill, disaster. Disaster. He could have had the extra 8 with just a little bit of luck on the rolls without talents. And the same shit with my other Hedge Knights. I mean, look at this. The talents totally wasted just one melee star here. You don't need talents in Resolve for the Hedge Knight. You're gonna get two plus 4 rolls while you're leveling 10 levels for sure. And he has only good starting Resolve. So this Hedge Knight has 1 talent in melee skill, and that's it. Everything else just crap. And this is pretty much my average Hedge Knight this run. I get like 5 or 6 similar to this one. This is the other one, pretty much the same shit. This one did roll really good melee defense and really good base stats, but no luck with melee skill. And it's still been very effective. In an environment where you're gonna go 50-50 against nasty stuff, we're definitely gonna show the 77 melee skill without surround. Very rarely I would see myself not take gifted. Yeah, I'm definitely, this run I'm getting a new policy regarding drill melee builds, putting more value into nimble and dodge. And even some reach advantage. More tankier two-handers without stuff like Adrenaline, Berserk, Recover. And even those guys don't even indom and they feel like they're more tanky than the other guys on the most part. Well, I do still have the couple of the old ones with the whole package of Adrenaline, Berserk, Indomitable. Because in some situations the Adrenaline can build up just extreme advantage. It's just totally one-sided. You go Adrenaline a couple of guys and everybody hits and it's like you only one bell. So having Adrenaline a couple of guys is still a way to go. But it's definitely should be considered on some of the guys. It's not like auto pick anymore. Prices are very high here. Still worth buying. I find it in some of those battles where the morale is a big deal, Adrenaline just totally crushes the enemy morale if you get all the hits. Yeah, for sure, big splitter. Still don't have my experience. Don't have my opinion on the lean worms. Personal experience. I see the other people fight them. I'm not sure what to think about them yet. You know, with missing critical information, I feel like the Lindmore fights could be good to get rid of average tanks. So only the best ones survive, and the above average and average ones die. So you know get to recruit the really good ones for the long game. I can totally see Linwood Fines being for that. Oh baby, more incense! Look at that! Look at that! Click, 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 click. Where the temple went, yo? Nine Ifrits, huh? What if they are all big ones? 9, they should all start the small ones. I'm done for the day, so I don't want to push my luck here. I want to leave it at a at a good point. Don't want to think about it for the next 2 hours. We'll save it here, boy. Continue tomorrow. There's still plenty of battle battles ahead. This is gonna be a one long run, and probably gonna die in some one-sided fight eventually. Let's save it here. See you guys tomorrow.